Day two, Rebecca, of this awesome sandstorm event that we've had down here at Casterton for what's appeared to be like a full day and a half crammed into yesterday. It was incredible what we saw. Some of the footage of all of the wet ground that we had to contend with, all of the bog holes, some of the junior bikes that had massive issues just completing some of the distances that they had to do within amongst all of that outlying ground. It was incredible to watch.
Absolutely, there was lots of different scenarios going on, lots of different consequences happening for different actions, but also just adjustments that needed to be made. So it was super interesting. Looking forward to everyone putting it on the line today and seeing a different form of racing. We've spoken to a different couple of people already at the end of briefing, and they either really love this side of the sprint or they're really their jam, or it's not at all. So it's good to see the pace no matter what, and we'll see what they bring.
And the format today, as Bex pointed out, it's sprints. So pretty much you are individually racing the clock. So what'll happen is the guys will all line up, and one at a time they'll basically be given a lot of time to get out. A timing loop will see them cross to go out. That starts the clock rolling. They do the complete lap, come back, and the timing clock will actually close off that lap. So that'll give them their lap time. And then beyond that, what will happen is they'll continue to do lap after lap that they're able to get in. I would think with the junior track, we're probably going to see with the time, with a delayed start, probably about 5, maybe 6 laps that they'll do today. And then we go up to the pro class and, of course, the clubbies. And I think in the pro class, we'll probably get 4, and if we're lucky, I reckon probably 5 laps in. So that'll be worth watching. But if we do a bit of a recap from yesterday, you know, in the outrights, obviously, Will Ruprecht, he had a solid run yesterday, really led the field. Corey McMahon on the chase, tried so hard to get past the guy and stay in front. Passed him on a couple of occasions talking to Corey, but was unable to keep it in the bag for the full distance, and that unfortunately unwound that way. And third spot went to, of course, the Aussie who's been offshore for 6 years in the US, Lyndon Snodgrass. What a performance he put in as well.
Absolutely, and his persona coming off a home track, he was really wrapped with that, so it'll be really interesting to see what he's going to pull out of the bag today. But as for redemption-wise, we're definitely in for a challenge and some extremely awesome racing to watch today, so stay tuned. Absolutely.
Corey McMahon, I think, has got unfinished business from Casterton here this weekend.
Absolutely.
And he's going to push, I would think, very hard to try and make sure that he comes out well in front of the sprints. Absolutely. And take nothing away from Will, though. Will rode like a rocket yesterday, right? And there was no taking it away from him. He's the guy that's in the hot pan right now. So, you know, we're going to see some pretty solid action here today for day 2 of the Sandstorm, mate. I cannot wait for this to kick open. And yes, it's been a little bit on the cool side and all the bits that went with it, but today a much better day. None of the rain that we had yesterday, because we did have showers come through. Blazing sunshine, I think we're going to see, although conditions will be cool. The track is pristine. The guys here at the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club have done an incredible job overnight to turn it around. A whole brand new junior track that they're going to run on today with all the mud taken out and all sand. Some of it's been there from yesterday, some of it's new sections as well. So we're going to see some cracking action here that we'll capture here for you at the Casterton Sandstorm.
Fantastic, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and it's only a little bit of fog, and as you can see, it's very cold by the way that we're speaking, and a bit of fog coming through, so we'll see them all warmed up and probably hanging near a fire pit to get started, but super excited to get into it.
For those on the live stream, we hope you enjoyed what you saw yesterday. A lot more of that to come to you today. Make sure you get through some of those messages. Let us know where you're watching from, how far away you are. I'd love to know how far out we are, whether there's anybody offshore possibly watching. Love to see some of your comments that we can pass on to some of the guys. Because the guys come back in this format, Beck, and they'll be actually congregating before they get to start again, we'll get a great opportunity to talk to some of those guys. So if you've got any messages, fire them through, and we'll see if we can't deliver them as they're going out for each of the heats.
Absolutely, I would definitely love some fan mail to be able to get out there for them, whether they hear it on the overhead speakers or first hand straight up, so that would be really cool.
And our camera guys are going to be literally everywhere, picking up as much action as they can. They'll have the elevated platform they'll be in, some of the ground cameras walking around, some of the mobile ones. We'll picture as much as we can and cram it into this one for day 2 of the Casterton Sandstorm. Hope you've enjoyed, like I said, the telecast so far. And mate, I'm buckled up for a big day today.
Absolutely, so am I. They're out for their sight lap, so we better get moving.
Good work. Thanks again for tuning in, and we'll bring you all the action very shortly. Well, once again, down here for day 2 of the Casterton Sandstorm for the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club. And, of course, today, totally different format to what we saw yesterday. Today is all about the sprints. 3 tracks that are active today. Obviously, we have, for the Sunday courses, we have our junior sprint track, which will be running in the centre lanes, is how I would probably place it for everybody to understand. That's our junior sprint track. I reckon that'll be about a 5K track or thereabouts. On the right-hand side of that, a little bit further up, we'll be running the clubman sprints. I reckon that's about a 5K track as well. And just under 6Ks is the distance for the Pro Expert sprint. What you're seeing right now, these are the Pro Expert guys that'll be heading off into their area and putting their own tracks down. So pretty much the format for those that may not be aware of how this operates online today. Obviously, we had the racing yesterday where the guys are out competing against one another in outright chase placings. Today's a little bit different. Today's more about chasing your own time. So the guys get called up at intervals, and as you can see, these guys are waiting patiently for their time, or rather their slot to come in. That 27 bike now moving up, he'll wait until his call forward. And then they basically come into an area where they'll start off from, and they run underneath a timing loop. That timing loop then is triggered by the transponder on the bike. The time will continue to roll through until they come back after the completion of the lap and actually complete and finish with a finished time. That time, it will be the time for that lap. Will
McInnes shaping up for his sprint today, the first one that he's getting underway. It's interesting to see how each and every single rider shapes up to the high intensity today. Obviously, he's straight back, he's got that style and ready into it. Very different each and every single person with how they get ready. This is one that we're up and coming that we like to watch, and that is Max Ricky's. He's had a bit of bad luck yesterday, so we're wishing him the best for his sprint. No mechanicals, just straight into it. So all the best, Ricky's. We've got Sweet here, shaping up, getting ready. He's in that attack position, ready to go, starting his own time to get ready. As you can see, just off to the orange peg there, you can see a timer that's actively counting down. So the rider is getting in their full shape mindset to get ready for their sprint. So he's got his 3, 2, 1, and off he goes. We've got Jake Henderson lining up. Again, high intensity, getting himself ready and in the zone to chase what's in front of him, but to also compete against that clock today. A whole different style of riding that people either prefer or, you know, have to get a little bit more motivation to get involved and into it and in the right game. So wishing each and every single one of these riders their absolute best with what they put down on track today. We've got the 274 of Ollie Paterno. Shaping up to be an extremely entertaining day. The likes of Luke Challis here, Dubbo City Cycles. This guy comes out of the Central West New South Wales and is a off-road name that you see floating around the likes of Hatter and all the off-road series. Very high intensity, and he's into it, as you can see going out the back there. Price now taking his time, his countdown, and launching into his sprint, his first one. We have a few already clocking back in, so that takes a perspective to show just how quick this sprint is today. You've got to put it all on the line for just a short duration, not that huge endurance. Triumph at the line starting up. Nolan taking his form at the start line, waiting for his countdown, and he's launching out into his sprint. Powerful start there. You can see the ruts already starting to form down here. Similar pattern to yesterday, but this is a launch pad. They are running themselves into what they feel will be the best runway to give them the best start and most traction. See the Cobalt KTM Motortech machine lining up and starting his sprint today. Also putting in a great start. This season is Jamie Dunstan, one to watch. He has a Cross Run and Moto episode that you'd like to tune into. Putting in his best here. Number 10. Locked and loaded, ready to start. Putting in a powerful start there and into the rest of his lap. In full active defense and attack mode. He's out to give a really powerful run today. This must be his jam.
That 4:30. Let's have a look at some of the other times that they go through with. Will Ripkett through on a 4:37.06. Jeremy Carpenter through on a 4:37.96.
Kawasaki Mason Phillip at the line, sussing out the terrain, sussing out the loop today and setting himself up for his rut. Interesting start from the back here, starting on a flat to choose his own natural line and flow into his rut to get a really good start.
Let's have a look at the first lap time for Lyndon Snodgrass now. Snodgrass through on a...
Turning to one of our first female contenders today, we've got Rachel Archer lining up ready for her first run, loading into the middle rut. Interesting to see how she will shape up today on her Ballard's Yamaha aboard the 650 bike. Ripping start already. Proud to see women in motorsport giving it all their guts and glory out there, leaving nothing spare and no crumbs. We got the bike 211 of Caden Strode out of Victoria, sponsored by Thor MX, Gas Imports Oz and Michelin Motorcycles and a bunch of others, putting in a ripping start already to start his first sprint of today. Got Jess Gardner at the line, another huge and familiar name in the off-road industry. She's a coach, she is a mentor, but she's an absolute machine in the desert and all sand. Shaping up for Hatter in a couple of weeks' time, but she's she's using this as a really high endurance, possibly lining up with some practice for her prologue. Very interesting one to watch.
Pulled up.
Suspension bike here at the start line, shaping up for his sprint today. Damon Kaputz. We'll see how he lines up and shapes up for his sprint and high intensity today. Shaping up for his sprint aboard his Yamaha. Taking his time, 6 seconds, 4 seconds left on the clock, and he is into it. Maddie Healy, Queen of the Desert, shaping up for her sprint of the day, her first lot, getting out there and shaping up after what's been a massive year already for her in achievements and triumphs. Let's see what she throws down on track today at Casterton in the Sandstorm, and then later for her Hatter appearance. Got an on-point suspension rider taking their start with 2 seconds remaining, and they are also ready to throw down. Lucas Kempf, 618A, ready at the line for his sprint on his KTM, shaping up with 2 seconds remaining and out into it. Bike 62, Putty, is at the line, also out and ready to go, starting whenever they please. Clock will run. If they feel ready to go, transponder will link up instantly as soon as they leave and click through. We've got Fabian Bill, bike 37, aboard the Husqvarna, lining up again, an on-point suspension rider, so interesting to see what he is running today and throughout the series. Also into it, a calm start there, but you never underestimate the quiet achievers that go out and put down everything. They're 200% on the track. Another KTM off the line. Got Matt Jordan, bike 24, ready to go. A bit of hype behind him coming from the next rider. Another woman in motorsport, Emily, shaping up. Bike number 788 with Triumph Racing, also ripping into it with a calm start. And they're the quiet achievers that are the ones to watch throughout the racing today, putting in some really neat and tidy lines and corners. Got the Findlay machine shaping up, starting back a little bit further and lining up ready for a great start. Bike 82 of Milligan off the line, bit swirly but not putting him off at all, putting it all still back into the track and leaving absolutely no crumbs spare whatsoever. One to watch today. Scott Haitzmer off the line, 111A bike, getting a great traction off the start there and really putting in some good lines into the corners. Bike 68 off the line, the Wilson machine. Really loving being out there. Got a bit of inspiration from the motocross this morning before riders briefing. Triumph machine 177 also off the line with a ripping start. Toby off the line. Calm start there. women coming through now. This is the next bike of 616 Monique Simonini aboard her Husqvarna out of Victoria. Taking her time, watching her timer, and she's off the line at any second, at any moment that she's ready to verse the clock. A nice, neat, firm start there. A Matt Jones motorcycle rider off the line on his Husqvarna 304 of Noland. Watching his timer, and he's off, also putting in a consistent start into his sprints. We turn to the next training category. A woman out of the Central West, New South Wales, Jade Chellis, another familiar name. A Dubbo City Motorcycles machine, ready to take off from the line. Off the line. Ned O'Hara shaping up for his sprint today. Nice clean start out of the starting gate. Bike 56 of Emily Lambert out of South Australia on the Gas. Again, Thor sponsored rider, along with a few others by her side to get her on track, and you can see why. She has got a beautiful style out there. Previous to that, that was Ethan Brashchinik out of Victoria. Nellie Fox now off the line by rider 39. Another Matt Jones sponsored motorcycle off the line. Holly Blake shaping up on her KTM machine. Holly also comes out of Victoria. We've got got another woman off the line here. Finley Duncombe out of Queensland. A huge way to travel down here. Great to see them here no matter what. Putting in a good start. Finley off the line there out of Victoria on his KTM. Charlie Conroy at the line on his Husqvarna, also out of Victoria. Nice neat start there. Mackenzie Fleming at the line, struggling with some of those ruts there, but still putting in a consistent start, and with a bit of speed, she's on it. She's ready to go. Got the Maguire machine here, that bike 852. Taking form. Another incredible woman off the start there. Still putting some recorrection in there just to get started and put down today. Incredible to see people still motivated to get out there and just give it all they've got. It's not about being perfect, it's about being out there. Throwing back to commentary.
Well, looks like we're pretty much at the back end of the field on that one, and as they clamber through, they'll continue to grab what they need to grab as far as laps from here on in. Let's have a quick look at some of the times so far today. Corey McMahon, by the look of it. Let's have a look at some of those classes for you. So we'll start at the top of the screen. Obviously in the E1 class, Lachlan Gardiner through on a 7-minute 16.16. The EM or Masters class, we're starting to get some times now for those. Rowan Pumper through on a 7 minutes 3.88 second pass. That's the fastest that we've seen in All Powers Masters 45 plus so far today. Danny Lucas and Dan Mole through in the top 3 for them. Let's have a look as we move into the EV or Veterans All Powers 35 plus. John Day setting the pace there with that one. A 6-minute 55.44 second pass for him, leaving Cade Vag and, of course, Mark Cook in the top 3 for that class. All right, let's start moving through into our under 16 to under 18s as they click through. Will Rupert is through on his pass. See if we can't grab a time for him. Rightio, back to trying to grab some of the times again. So time there for Will Rupkut, a 4 minutes 37.06. Some great footage you can see out there at the moment with our drone operator grabbing some incredible shots. So Lyndon Snodgrass and then Kogan Locke are the top three. Over to you, Beck.
So down here with Holly Blake, she is one of the first to hear from off the course and sprint today. Holly, how did you go?
Yeah, it's not bad. It got pretty rough between sight lap and now, but it's good fun out there. Yeah.
Fantastic. And where do you come from? You're a woman in motorsport, and it's so good to see women in motorsport, isn't it? Whereabouts did you come from?
I only started, a few years ago, but I'm from the Dandenongs, and my old man used to ride, so he kind of brought me up riding, and then I said I wanted to race, and he made that happen.
Fantastic. And you chose like the off-road series. Do you do any other discipline, or are you just focusing on your desert and sand racing and that type of thing?
Yeah, just mainly off-road sort of stuff, and yeah, go to Hattah and have some fun in that.
Oh, fantastic. We look forward to seeing you there. But yeah, you've put in such a great effort out there, and we hope to see some awesome times from you today. And just thank you for being here and showing up for the younger generation of women that are coming up. Our little girls that are often around the tracks not knowing what they're going to do, but it's not out of the picture, is it, to start later in life?
No, we definitely need more girls out there, so give it a crack.
Beautiful. So if you're watching at home, be just like Holly. You can pick it up at any time and come down here, throw down a sprint, and be pretty good at it.
Thank you.
Do you have any sponsors that you'd like to thank?
Ultimate 9, Roof Effects, Alien Off-Road, and Dad.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time. I'll let you go and catch your breath and get some energy into you. Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Okay, let's see if we can't grab a handful more times. Sportsman class sees Cade Lucas on a time of 7 minutes 11.14, leading that class with Dylan Fox and Archie Hyde right behind him. In the sportsman class, we find Blaine Burke on a time of 7 minutes 12.86 seconds. Of course, pretty much all of these times are for the first lap completed. Some of these classes have quite a lot of people in them. Again, Lyndon Snodgrass and Kogan Locke running second and third in the E2 class, with at that time set by Will right at the top end of the field, a 4 minute 37.065 for Will Rupkit. Back to you, Beck.
Down here with Finley Grodegood, look, you've thrown down a good sprint out there. Do you feel like you did all right?
Yeah, definitely. A bit cold, so body feels a bit locked up through all those tough braking bumps, but yeah, it was all right. Track's awesome.
Fantastic. And obviously when you're out there and your body is doing that seizing and that sort of thing, is there a warm-up plan that you have before you get into this type of racing? Do you prepare differently from, say, yesterday's style to today's style?
Yeah, with that sight lap, definitely try and get the body warmed up through that. Maybe get a bit used to, race pace in the sight lap, but really just sit by the fire and warm up the hands from yesterday. Still a bit sore, but yeah, it definitely helped on sight lap, just getting the body all warmed up, and yeah, felt good in the first sprint.
Fantastic. And obviously your side lap's probably a bit different. It has a different use from yesterday, where you're looking at the track and the course to see what lines are available for you to use, whereas today I suppose you're looking at that, but you're also trying to use that to warm your body up and get moving. So look, I'll let you go and get warm and keep warm for the rest of your day with your sprints. Is this your favourite style of riding? Is sprint something you enjoy, or do you prefer the slower, or not slower pace, but the more endurance pace from yesterday?
For me, I think I prefer endurance. I'm definitely do better, get my better results in the endurance racing, but a shorter track like this I do enjoy for a sprint. I love it, like a short track like this, and I think it's perfect for a track like this as well in the sand.
Yep. Fantastic. Look, thanks for your time, and before I let you go, is there any sponsors or people helping you out this weekend, and are we going to see you at Hattah or anywhere else?
Yeah, I'd just like to say a big thanks to Gas Moto. They help me out with my bike all year round. And yeah, you'll see me at the rest of the Vics.
Fantastic, awesome. Will we see you at Hattah?
Not this year, unfortunately. Missed out on the entries, but probably next year.
Beautiful. Look, thanks for your time and all the best for the rest of your Vics. Thank you. Back to commentary.
And back to keeping an eye on where some of these times are sitting. As we said earlier, some of the fastest in the pro class there, sitting in those really tight numbers. And not a lot separating them between classes in the top 3 for sportsmen. About 2.5 seconds separating the riders there. In the Vetties, looks like we've got about a 30-odd second gap between first and third. Roughly a 35-second gap between first and third in the Masters All Powers. And in the E1 class, a single pass there for Lachlan Gardner, a 7-minute 16.16. So still times rattling through. Over to you, Beck. Oh, look at who we've got. Josh
Down
Green.
here with Josh Green, a OG from every series that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I've been around a little bit racing. It was a long period of racing there. So yeah, I've done a fair bit in my time. Yep.
Both here and offshore. Look, talking onshore and talking Casterton today, what do you know about this, track? You've got a bit of track knowledge here because not only are you watching, spectating what's going on and all that type of thing, and you're involved in a few juniors and watching up and rising talent. How do you see the track take form? Because you're actually out riding and helping sweep and that sort of thing. That's so important for our club, and it's someone of your repertoire to actually do that and model that is what we need to see. So if you're out there and you want to volunteer for your local club, definitely sweep ride. But how do you see the track shaping up? If you're going to give any pointers, KDM boys walked past before and they're sort of pointing at and having a close look. So they've walked away. Let's tell them.
Yeah, look, the track's pretty gnarly today. The sand's actually perfect, but it is quite steep. The bumps are quite steep this year because the ground's wet. And then they've got a few bog holes to challenge as well. So a smart rider will go fast today if you can hop big holes and get over the bogs, in a quick manner and not get stuck. I think that's a big tip for today for sure. And then that lap was very cold and foggy, so yeah. I've seen a lot of riders struggling with goggles because it's early morning and I think it was about 3 degrees this morning, so it's quite cold.
Yep, absolutely. We spoke to a young fella earlier and he has said that he struggled to warm up. He felt very cold out there, so obviously with cold comes a few more disadvantages and consequences if you're not fully warmed up. Yeah. So throwing back to a bit of your experience in that area though, like there's not just the sport and what goes on the racetrack. Sometimes there's a bit of sports science there that goes on. How did you used to warm up for something like this? Were you a hammer and jumping at the line, doing your stretches and warming up, or how did you actually take form to shape up to something that's high intensity and keep warm?
Yeah, for sure. We're lucky with I was a Yamaha rider, obviously, and we have a truck, so that aircon's on inside that truck, so it's easy to stay warm between heats.
An incubator.
Yeah, it's quite good in there, and then same when it's hot, we can sit in the aircon, so that was always a good thing to have. And then obviously you got an hour between sprints all but, so a few push-ups, a few stretches, a bit of running. Lucky we've got pit crew that can come and get jackets. So we'll run jackets all the way to the start line. Hence why I've got a heated one on now. So
if you don't have a truck, maybe invest in a Milwaukee if you're a clubby or something like that. Get your buttons on, charge it up. And Josh has been wearing this all weekend. I've seen this little charger button here. It's like his energy mode. Has he got?
Flat at the moment, I think it's gone flat. So
you're out of energy. You need energy for your sweep ride.
I'm going for another battery change now.
Like those beaters. Rightio, thank you. I'll let him go. He's pretty wanted and needed around here. So yeah, thank you for all you do, and your presence here is highly noted, and thanks for being around.
No, thank you. It's a pleasure.
Well, nice to catch up with Josh down there. Good guy, been around for a long time, understands the sport very intimately, and great to have a bit of an insight from him as to what his special picks are in amongst all of those items. But yeah, as you can see on the live stream at the moment, some beautiful footage coming out of this lovely, what I'd class as almost hinterland here in the Casterton region. We get a chance a little bit later on today. We'll be talking also to Karen Stevens, who's the Glenelg Shire Mayor. Of course, that's the mayor that covers the region that Casterton hails under. So we'll have a great opportunity to talk some items with her in regards to the event here. But in the background, it's looking like all of our guys are starting to get some really good numbers on the board, which is great to see. We'll sit tight for a moment, just let the footage run underneath here for a moment while we see if we can't organise to grab some times out of our timing bank here and provide you with the most up-to-date or the most current with that very shortly.
Down here, your name please, what was it?
Jackson.
And last name?
Verstegen.
Now, have you been involved with all the Victorian rounds this series?
Oh, missed a couple due to an injury, but yeah, usually I try and make the whole calendar.
Yeah, fantastic, thank you. And are you involved in other off-road racing like Hatter, that type of thing?
Yep, yeah, Hatter and the Aussie off-roads, yep.
Fantastic. Now, how are you feeling this morning? Are you warmed up? You're sitting pretty cool, calm and collected, pretty still. Are you ready to go and are you all warmed up, or are you just going to give it what you can today?
Yeah, warmed up a bit, just tried to warm up the hands, come out and yeah, have a go.
Yeah, beautiful. You're cool and calm and collected, so it looks like you're ready and you're in the zone. Before I let you go, is there any sponsors that you have that you'd like to thank for being here this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the DM31 crew and everyone that backs the team, yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll see if we can find some other riders to go for today. Tap in quickly with Cruz Rickies. Cruz, how'd you go?
Yeah, we went good in that first one. The clutch was working today. And yeah, it was just good training, like I said, for yesterday.
Beautiful. No mechanicals and the body's feeling good, feeling warm?
Yeah, definitely feeling fresh. I only got to do one lap yesterday, so we're feeling good today. So we should be right.
Beautiful. Let's go for good times and we'll track how you go today. Well done. Put in all your best. Sponsors that are supporting you this weekend?
Yeah, just like I said, Mum and Dad, Ricky's Moil and Builders, and yeah, just to my girlfriend.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. We'll let you get into it. He's been dobbed in. How are ya? And you're next. So who have I got here?
Ben Lynch.
And your last name?
Lynch.
Beautiful. Oh, Ben Lynch. Beautiful. Sorry about that. How are you feeling today? I can see Bunbury KTM. That's an interesting one. Whereabouts are you from?
We're from WA, so made the trip over before Hatter, so it's a great event.
Yeah, wow. So you've made the venture over to do Casterton and then you're going to head to Hatter. Are you going to squeeze any more in there, like Tindertry, is it?
No, we're going home, so we'll be back next week, but for Hatter, so...
Fantastic. So a quick shoot back and then get involved for Hatter, get ready to go. That's really cool. How do you feel with your sprints today? Is off-road your thing, like more endurance style, or is sprints not too bad?
No, today's good, so I really enjoy the track, so hopefully keep it upright and have a good rest of the day.
Beautiful. I'll let you get involved before I pick on the next victim over here. Who's your sponsors?
Just Bunbury KTM and all their associated sponsors, Construct, Caradale Meats and everyone else, thank you.
Beautiful, no worries. Thank you so much. All the best for your sprints today. All right, you're up. How are you today? Who have I got?
Joe Clockhart.
And are you involved in the series throughout all of Vic Off-Roads and AEC, or are you just tapping in for Casterton Sandstorm?
Just Casterton. I'm from near him, so we're back over in WA, so just come over here, do a bit of prep for Hatter.
Yeah, beautiful. Look, I can smell that you're a bit warmed up with some deep heat or something. Is that something that you can talk to there? Is it a bit of a strategy that I'm revealing to the rest of the field, that's something that you rely on to keep your body warm?
No, it's for the arm pump. I just pumped up really. I just tensed up in that first moto, and I couldn't really hold on, so I had to get just massage some deep heat in there. Hopefully, it should help a bit.
Yeah, beautiful. So you cramp up just slightly. Look, I hope that doesn't happen to you today, and you put down the best laps and your PBs out there. That would be awesome to bring from the Casterton Sandstorm, especially from all the way from WA. You guys are probably our furthest competitors. So thank you for making the trip. Look, best of luck today. Can you shout out your sponsors and the people that are supporting you to get to Casterton, because that's a fairly long journey?
Yeah, Mum and Dad, really, they drove all the way over here. Bunbury KTM, they helped me out heaps. Yeah, that's about it.
Beautiful. Look, thanks for your time and all the best out there.
Thank you.
I'm going to quickly grab a couple more and see if we can intertwine here. Might catch up with our... Might come for a walk and wander over this way. Hello, how you going? Yeah, not too bad. Can I have a bit of a chat with you today? Beautiful. Who have I got?
Emily Lambert.
Emily Lambert. Now, you are a woman in motorsport. It's really good to see you shape up and line up with the girls and the boys out here. How'd you go this morning?
Yeah, I think the track's pretty good. I had a bit of fun out there. So, yeah, I think it'll be a good day.
Beautiful. Your composure and your aura right now is just really cool, calm and collected with something that's actually pretty high intensity. So is that a strategy that you use to just keep calm? And for any girls out there, can you also tell us how long you've been riding for as well?
I've been riding for, I think near 11 years, but I haven't done enduro since 85, so I just stuck to motocross. So I think today I just have a bit of fun and, yeah, not take it too serious.
Beautiful. Now, this is very similar to your motocross style, so that's probably why you are so calm and relaxed. Look, all the best today, and I can't wait to see how well you do out there. Go out there, just give it all your best. It's just empowering to see people like you in our sport and out there. Yeah, you've got a lot of grit.
Thank you.
Do you have any sponsors and people supporting you here this weekend?
Shane Metcalf, Twin Suspension, Rossi Gear, Thor, Michelin, and yeah, everyone else.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll let you get sorted, warmed up and into it. Very cool, calm, collected there on her bike, ready to line up. Emily Lambert, unreal. What a great persona she has at the start line. It's something that is really high intensity and high speed.
Well, we'll have a quick look through some of our results so far. And if I look at the outrights for all classes at the moment, Maximus Purvis, believe it or not, has dropped the fastest time that he's been able to achieve, a 4-minute 34.98. Lyndon Snodgrass through on a 4-minute 35.21. Looks like Will Rupkit has gone through on a time of 4 minutes 35.56. Jeremy Carpenter through on a 4-minute 36.49. And Max Midwinter through on a time of 4 minutes 39.98. So there's not a lot separating those guys there. As you can see, pretty much 5 seconds across the 5 bikes that we were talking about there. A little further down the field, we can find the time for Kogan Locke, 4 minutes 40.06. Corey McMahon, a time of 4 minutes 40.205. And Chandler Burns, 4 minutes 40.413. So as you can see in that class, not a lot separating other than around about a second that's carved up between those 3 riders. in the positions 6, 7 and 8. And then a little further down in 9th, we find Will McGuinness, time of 4 minutes 41.30. And around up the top 10, Jacob Sweet drew on a time of 4 minutes 43.32. So if you look at the top 10 riders, less than 9 seconds separating them in the sprints here today. So, and that of course is our round 6 WR450 track test 2. You see those berm sections there rubbing right up now, and the dirt being pushed right out to the far extremes as they rocket out of there. Some beautiful footage that's been captured this weekend by, of course, Marcus, who's working in the switch area, Rob, who's wandering around with that portable cam, that camera, of course, with Beck, and, of course, Grant at the scissor lift cam. So over to you, Beck.
Down here with Emmy Rubright now. You've got a brother at the top end of the field there. How does that feel?
It's awesome. It's really cool to have an older brother that's someone to look up to. It's awesome to go training with him. It's a little bit degrading at times because he's so fast and he just flies past you, but it's really good having someone as close as him to look up to, and he's super helpful out there giving pointers all the time as well.
Fantastic. And not only that, it's that inner perspective that I suppose is really unique for you, that you'd be able to tap in at any time to say, you know, how do I do this better? What's my best strategy here? Which is fantastic. You've already been out for a sprint today. Tell us, how did it go for you and how are you feeling? Have you changed up your game plan out there?
Survival for me this weekend. I haven't ever done a lot of sand riding. I've always been hard packed dirt sort of thing. I haven't actually raced, like this is my first year back in like 5 or 6 years. So this pretty much is the first time riding sand back as a race form. I've done a few days training before coming in, obviously when I can. But yeah, no, it's survival for me. That lap, I binned at second corner. I'm sure everyone probably saw, just like my shenanigans yesterday. But no, yeah, first lap was survival. It's actually really chopped up out there already, and some decent bog holes as well. So it's just sort of trying to stay consistent, trying to find the good lines where you're not going to get stuck and go from there.
Yep, absolutely. And what a round to come back to if you've, returning from that little break there. Have you felt like you've needed to do a bit more there, or are you just riding for passion just to get into it again and take it a bit more seriously in a couple of months' time?
Yep. So I actually had a kid, so that's
yes!
Yeah, so I'm sort of coming back. I have been racing the Aussie Series so far this year, and I'm hoping to again next year.
Yep.
I think this year was a little bit of a feeler out for me. I wasn't even sure I was going to race the whole series. I was just going to do it for a bit of fun.
Yep. It's giving me goosebumps. That is amazing, absolutely amazing, and the strength of a woman is just next level, unreal.
Yep. Yeah, no, so this year was supposed to be a bit of fun, but I actually grew the love back to race again. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to give it a crack and hopefully do some good training over the off season. Probably a little bit more sand, especially because of how much I'm actually sucking here. Yeah, do a lot more training and hopefully come out swinging a little bit next year with the rest of the girls.
Absolutely, that is absolutely empowering to know and to hear. Can you shout your little one out, because that is just unreal to have a mum that's doing this and having that empowerment, not only for that, but it definitely be fitness and being your best self. So can you shout out both your little one and your sponsors and who's helping you this weekend?
Yep. I'd just like to thank my son Raph for coming and travelling all over the country. He's really good in the car and he loves being around the bikes, and he actually wants to get on all the time and come with us, and I'm sure he'll be out there racing in a few years' time and I'll probably have to give it up then. But no, shout out to him, my fiance for coming all over the country with me as well, Wild Seafoods Bonnock, and everyone else who helped out.
Unreal. Look, go out there and give it absolutely everything you can. Show us how strong women are here. You're a vibe. You've got an aura, girl.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Back to commentary.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool interview with all of the competitors we're grabbing this weekend. And the great part about our sprint rounds is that they're all assembled, ready to go out into their next wave for each of the laps that they provide. So it gives us a great opportunity to get right in amongst them and have a chat to them to find out where they're from or what their current strategy is, how their season's been so far. particularly with some of the off-road rounds that we're seeing, because obviously today connecting up with what we ran yesterday, the Victorian off-road rounds and the AEC as well. So yeah, so it's pretty amazing to be able to track with some of those people. So we'll just keep an eye out now as the laps start to turn through. We'll continue to update what we see as our data coming through, but certainly that time set by Max Purvis, which was the fastest time so far. As I said, a 4-minute 34.98 second pass, which is around about 0.2 of a second in arrears to, or thereabouts, 0.235 to Lyndon Snodgrass, who was the next fastest out there. You see on screen there that time of 4:34.982 set by Max Purvis. And the top group, Snodgrass there, a 4:35.217. Will goes through on a time of 4 minutes 35.56. Max Midwinter 4:39.98, and Kogan Locke through on a 4:40.06. Well, there's one down. Well, let's keep our eye out for the bike that'll be following shortly. But we'll clear that turn before the next one appeared, which is a good thing. And as you can see, that's the congregation down there as they're ready to head out one bike at a time for the next lot of laps. Big thank you to the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club for their involvement here this weekend. We've had a sensational day, rain yesterday, and another one equally successful today. And it's not without the fact that they've got so many volunteers and so many officials involved with the race down here that this becomes as successful as it is, and each and every one of them giving up time out of their own schedules to ensure that the best is put forward for this event here this weekend. And it truly has been an eye-opener for some of them to see exactly how much this has grown. The better part of just over 400 bikes here this weekend in all the classes, which is outstanding for an event this size. So well done to each and every one involved. Luke, of course, providing us all our drone footage here this weekend. And you can see across the tops of the hilltop, the treetops right now, you can kind of see how the track winds in and out of certain areas, coming back to what would be the main control zone right now. And all of the pit area out and around, and you see plenty of blue sky heading in that direction, which is where we're going to be seeing our weather come from. So certainly no clouds or any volume of rain or anything like that in amongst it today. So we're going to have a pretty solid sort of a run with that this weekend. So we're pretty much done with all the rain. We have certainly had a lot of ground underfoot that's been quite waterlogged, but in some areas it's been a godsend, because we certainly haven't seen any dust on any of the circuit at all this weekend, so that in itself is probably a good thing. Watching competitors track their way through on these test laps. And as we were pointing out earlier, it's all about making sure that you race the clock. It's not about who you're in front of or behind. It's really all about just the clock, making sure you've got your best numbers put down. And at this stage of the game, it's Max Purvis that's actually got the fastest time so far. So that's a feather in his cap. Saw the 56 channeling through there. That was Emily Lambert in the women's class, hailing out of SA. Good to have her here this weekend, doing her thing. Of course, our big thanks must go this weekend to, of course, Muir's Concreting, who provided us with sponsorship to the rounds of 7 and 8. But here this weekend for the Victorian Off-Road Championships. And Yamaha, of course, Yamaha involved with the Australian Enduro Championships, the AEC. And big thank you to them for picking up naming right sponsorship in that one as well, which has been outstanding to watch across the weekend also. Stunning footage coming out of there. That was the 147 of Finlay Grodico in the Gas Moto KTM. The Kawasaki's coming out of the backdrops. Right, we'll throw down to Beck now, who's got someone who needs to have a quick chat
Down here
there.
with Hayden Olsen. He's just done his first sprint and he's accompanied by his wife here, Charmaine. It's so beautiful to see both these little perspectives from a track. Look, well, you're busy out there throwing down on the track. How'd you go? We'll get into that first.
Yeah, I had a bit of better lap than the first one. Just getting used to the sand. We're from the sunny coast, so it's a little bit different soil to what we're used to, but it's all good fun. The track's awesome, and yeah, having a great time.
Fantastic. You'd be used to beach sand then.
Yeah, it's a little bit lighter, a bit more fluffy than this. This has got a bit more hold up and a bit more weight to it, but yeah, it's still good.
Probably a bit more sticky too. It's just sticks to everything when it's here. Look, moving on to the next thing, I can see some Diamantes here with some letters, and there is a very important person next to you at your track, and obviously every race. She's also told me she's your #1 fan. What is, when you're out there putting work down there, what's she doing for you behind the scenes? And this is going to test you a little bit, so make sure you name everything.
Well, we got 2 little girls, so she's full-time looking after them while I'm out there training and trying to, live my dream. So she's part-time chef, full-time mum, and yeah, she's always supporting me and making sure I got all my energy stuff sorted. So yeah, she does a good job.
I'm going to say PT coach too, because I'm sure that you watch his performance and see his, how he shapes up to every race and the pressures that go on behind the scenes. If there's a wife and a girlfriend out there that's going to level up to being a wife in this sport, what's some things that they need to be aware of when they've got a partner of this calibre doing this sport that we all love? What's some things that you make sure that he needs to prep him for a race, Charmaine?
Good fuel. It's very high intensity, so just make sure he's got good food. I'm a big believer in not drinking alcohol. Yes. It's their dream, so they want to, and
put their best foot forward.
Absolutely, and watch the Supercross and the motocross, because you see their dad supporting them. Yeah. So you get into that dad mindset and just be like, no excuses, go all in, and do your best. Don't leave anything out on the table.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that, and you've got such that, I can feel it already. You've got that grit too, because it also requires grit from the rider and grit from the partner, because when you're a bit vulnerable, sometimes you're going to be the next person that point a call to lean on. So if you could shout your little girls out and also tell us your sponsors and who supports you behind the scenes further with Charmaine, can you let us know who gets you here?
Yeah, well, I got good team at 2.0 Motorsports. Casey Treasure, he helps us out with the bike setup and all that sort of stuff, and Clown Motorcycles, they help us out with giving us some cheap bikes and cheap parts and stuff like that. So and my parents come and help out with the girls, and my dad's sort of like my pit crew for the cross country and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we got a tight little group that helps out, and every little bit makes it easier, of course.
Fantastic, and they are watching probably from Auckland here in arena commentary. So can you give them a shout out on the PA for me?
Yeah, Mum and Dad, Marcus and Helen, thank you. Much appreciate all your help.
And the girls.
Ariana and Olive, we love you. And what are you doing watching TV?
Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast. Back to commentary.
Good on you guys. Lovely story to find out how some of the families connect up with all of the racing that's done here over the weekend. There's so many different stories in amongst what we see here, from what happens out on the track, what happens prior, some of the prep work that goes into events that they're going towards. And each one of them a slightly different spin on it, purely because of either what happens within that family network or team network, and also what occurs, in different localities. Where we were talking about earlier on riding in sand that's more beach sand than this style of sand, and then we go at other locations where it's hard packed and it's certainly nothing like this. So great to be getting all of those perspectives across different groups of people, but one thing in common: they're all here competing at the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm here this weekend, and they've all had a wonderful time here. We've seen a lot of our sponsors, of course, that have been involved with bringing this event to here this weekend as well. Big thank you to, obviously, the Limestone Coast Motorcycle, Small Engines, Bicycles and Mowers group, along with Brand. And Brand, of course, is the group that do a lot of work within the agricultural equipment scene. Everything from tractors to balers to headers, you name it. They do the whole lot, and great to have them as our platinum sponsors here this weekend. If I whiz through some of our other sponsors as well, let's have a look at our gold group. Tucked into this one, we find the Albion Hotel Motel out of Casterton, C. Deutsche and the group in plumbing, Boonaroo, Angus, which of course is the one of the great sponsors here in the gold class, Casterton Plantation Contractors, or CPC. Thank you to your connections here. Halter, the Halter Group. Thanks also to Hamilton Steel for their connections here. The Pub in the Scrub. That's a great group to have connected to us. The Vickery Brothers Fertiliser Professionals also chip in. Nutrient Ag Solutions, the Glenelg Livestock Group. Thank you for your involvement. The Rural IT Solutions team, who do a power of work with our live stream here with a lot of the, if not all of the footage. We may get a chance to talk with Luke later as to how all of that plays out. The Tapper Builders Group, thank you to you. We, Us and Co. And the Warwick Homestead Group, thank you so much as well, all of those gold sponsors. We'll click through our silvers now. The AJW Fraser Group, Foodworks, Max Care, McDonald's Rural Services, the team at Meepunga Grains Proprietary Limited, Work on Farm, Meridian Group, Miller One and John, which of course are real estate and livestock agents as well. The MNA Moto Supplies team, NWR, the team at Steelworks, also our good friends at S&S Henderson Transport, who do a lot of work moving materials and equipment around for us. Top Shop at Casterton, that goes without saying. The TRAC, the Total Results Ag Consulting team, thank you for your connections. Water Dynamics and West Vic, the West Vic Group, and Williams Crane Hire, all of those silver sponsors. We'll make mention of our bronze as well, the Casterton Auto Repair Group, Davies Way Dasco, Nationwide AMB, the Richardson Butchers team in Southwest. Thank you very much for your bronze sponsorship to this one. And not to forget the goods and services teams who give us a lot in kind and the like. The Bunnings Warehouse Group, Sunnyside and Co., Fine Cut Lasers, Into It, the team at Peter Milne Earth Moving, Watt Brothers Motorcycles and Power Equipment. For some of what was set up down there is the Gurney Wash Bay area yesterday, 100% needed and would not have occurred if it hadn't been for the Watt team there. So thank you, Watt Brothers. Brooker Trailer Hire, thank you for your involvement here, shifting things around for this weekend. The Midas Tyre Group, Hamilton Off-Road, Casterton Trailers, and not to be outdone or forgotten, the team at Fox Refrigeration. They're pretty much all of our sponsors here this weekend. But don't forget those platinum sponsors in Limestone Coast Motorcycle, Small Engines and Bicycles, and Brandt, the ag equipment supplier through the region here as well. Well, they're still chipping away at nice and tight out there, which is great to see. Zachary Turner on the Yamaha bike number 33. You can see on screen there right now. He's in the E30 class and completing his lap. Well, the sun's starting to really poke through the clouds now. This morning was a little bit on the cool side. I believe it got down to about 3 degrees overnight, which was pretty cool indeed for us in the startups this morning. But just take nothing away from it. We certainly clicked into gear and we've been away and running for a little while now. Most of them have had the opportunity to at least get a couple of laps in. And those times, obviously, in the earlier session, lap 1, I think we had Corey Price, Corey McMahon, right up the very top of the field. And now it's Maximus Purvis that we can see on that just over 4.5 minute pass for him. Watching them go through some of that quite heavily undulated ground in spots there, the guys make it look so easy as they track through there. And of course, the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club would like to take the opportunity to thank Jake Deegan and the VORC committee for giving them the opportunity to host yet another round of the Australian Premier Off-Road Series for 2026. And they also are pleased to have the Australian Enduro Championship at Casterton Sandstorm as well. And having that on board means that there were a ton of opportunities for riders to do what they need to do out there this weekend. And a big thank you to the Glenelg Shire for their continuing support of not only this event, but obviously the Glenelg Shire doing great work in the background to cover off some great community events in the region here. And as I said earlier, we'll get an opportunity to talk to Karen Stevens, who of course is the Glenelg Shire Mayor in this region here. And we'll have that discussion a little bit later on this morning. And I'm really looking forward to having a chat to Karen to find out what's been playing out for the Casterton area here, more involved, or more importantly, the Glenelg Shire, what's current and cracking on for these guys as well. So looking forward to talking to Karen Stevens in a little while. Some of the footage you can see there now on screen, that's the KTM Racing, the Daniel Milner 31 Racing Group, and you can see these bikes prepped and ready to roll. And it's a really good setup that they've got there. The 153 bike that you can see there in the foreground, that's the bike, of course, of Corey McMahon's bike, obviously the 153 there that we can see prepped and waiting in the backdrop. And you see that being wheeled out now. Shortly we get a chance to have a chat with Lyndon Snodgrass out there in regards to his time. Second fastest for the day so far today, a 4-minute 35.217. So that'll be a great opportunity to catch up with what's going on there for him. You can see the KTM guys are now starting to move out. We'll just throw down to Beck, who's going to have a quick chat with, I think, Lyndon Snodgrass for the DM31 group.
Yep, gotta go, yep.
Looks like Lyndon's away. He's been called up to do his next lap, so he's off and running. There's your times that we were looking at earlier, and that time of Maximus Purvis still stands. Tipping that may very well drop in the next one because the gap, as you can see, between Max and Lyndon Snodgrass in second on that grid there is only 0.235 of a second. So really it's not a lot in between those two, and I would imagine that it'll be Snodgrass who's out there right now. Got the tap on as we chase him with the drone. Luke and the team there from, of course, Rural IT Solutions now providing us that amazing footage as they track through. We're really interested in seeing what sort of time Snodgrass can drop on the table. It takes him the better part of about 4.5 minutes to get around. So as quick as it starts, the lap is pretty close to completed. But it's that overall time that we're chasing for that lap. And we'll see a result very shortly, I would believe. We'll just wait patiently to see what the times look like when they log them. Currently out on the track now, and they'll place them shortly. So Corey already out on track. Will on track as well. Lyndon on track. We saw that as the drone chased him through part of the track out on there for our pros. Jeremy Carpenter on track. So to the 6A bike of Kogan Lock, Jacob Sweet, Chandler Burns also out on track, and Max Purvis out on track as well. Cooper Shideout out was 9th bike away. Liam Mason, the 27A rider, out on track, wraps up that top 10. Now we'll just let the times tumble through and we'll find out how that sits for test 3 today. So this will be the completion of the 3rd lot of laps that these guys have been able to process here this morning. If you haven't been down to Casterton to actually watch this event live, you need to, you really seriously need to do that. This is a pretty incredible location. And to give you an idea, we've got a number of caterers here this weekend looking after us for food for all of the people involved. Here's the 153 now of Corey McMahon, and he looks pretty damn solid in that. I'm going to put that he's probably going to be the time to beat in this one. Got a great routine that he's holding on right now as he goes through. So anytime now we come through the timing lip, we'll get a chance to see what that time looks like in test 3. So we'll just wait for those numbers to arrive. Keep our eyes on this area here. We should be able to see the next bike, which will be the 4A bike of Will Rutke. Well, there's the 4 bike of Will. He too looks pretty solid in the way he's attacking this. 410 through now. That's Lyndon Snodgrass. You can see right on the pin. Let's watch him through this badly chopped up section, and it's pretty obvious that they're carrying a lot more speed through here, and what that allows them to do is to actually run across the top of some of those ruts, and that's really important to make sure that they continue to keep the ground speed up. Kogan Lock, by the look of it, might have been there, travelling or tracking through and going really hard at it too, so that's great. This should probably be the 79 bike through. No, it's the number 6 bike, and that would be the entry of number 6, Kogan Lock there, as we called it earlier. '79 of Jacob Sweet through on the Yamaha. There he goes. We'll throw down to Rebecca and Lyndon. See how they're travelling here this morning.
Down here at the DM31 factory KTM race team with Lyndon Snodgrass. Lyndon, you've put in a few sprints today. How are you feeling? You haven't quite checked the clock to see your results, but how have you felt?
Yeah, feeling good. Like, been a while since I've done sprints, so it's good to knock the rust off. And you know, I was a little off in the first one, picked it up in the second one, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how I went on that one. So, but track's awesome and the bike's awesome, so it's just yeah, it's great to be back out here at like a big off-road Oz Enduro, and just you know, it feels like the old days.
Absolutely, and it's bringing back obviously some memories here. The younger generation here are definitely seeing you guys in full force, and it's unreal to see. How's the track held up though out there? Has there been any difference, or are you applying the same strategy to each lap, or are you slightly tweaking it?
I'm just trying to pick better lines each one. It's tough because there's quite a lot of guys like on our track, so it changes quite a bit between sprints. But that's all you can do. Try and improve each one, and just yeah, try to keep the momentum going.
Fantastic, thank you. And look, I won't keep you any longer. Any sponsors and things that you'd like to shout out quickly?
Just everyone here at the KTM DM31 racing team. They've been a great help all weekend, and for supporting me while I come back to Oz to do a couple of these races. It's just, it's obviously a real privilege to work with Daniel and everyone at KTM.
Beautiful, thank you, and thanks for coming back home and showing up at our local tracks and events coming up. So thank you for your time, and we'll let you go. That was Lyndon Snodgrass putting in some really awesome times down there. Back to you, Johnny, in the box to give us a bit of a lowdown on those times.
Rightio, I can confirm that the fastest guy out of the three, between Corey McMahon, Lyndon Snodgrass and Will Rupkit, is, believe it or not, Corey McMahon. Corey McMahon rolled through in Test 3 at a time of 4 minutes 32.19. Lyndon Snodgrass at 4 minutes 37.250. And Will went through and was logged just behind that. So we'll wait patiently for the times to roll through again. Here we go. And there's Will Rupkit through on a 4 minute 37.98. And Jeremy Carpenter placed his time on a 4 minute 42.40. So Corey McMahon, the real shaker remover in Test 3 today, with Lyndon Snodgrass just on the back end of that and helping to keep up with what's going on there. Not a lot separating between Snodgrass and Rupkit. Looks like the time between the two there is roughly a 1 minute, 1.8 second pass. So Will Rubright sitting in fourth. Maximus Purvis, have a look at this. Maximus Purvis jumps Lyndon Snodgrass now and goes up on a 4 minute 35.43. So he's really been a shaker and mover today. As the boys capture some more of that beautiful footage of what is out and about out there. Let's watch the way they tackle this section through here as they start to come through. A lot of them starting to finish in line now. But again, the fastest pass, a 4 minute 32.19 for Corey McMahon, puts him in an outstanding position. The 153 of the DM31 factory KTM race team looking pretty sharp in that one. Interesting to watch some of the lines that are taken by the teams out there, or the riders. They're certainly doing their hardest to pick what are the fastest and smoothest lines through. And we're talking about that strategy earlier about keeping the ground speed up and clipping across the top, not sort of falling into some of those deep ruts, which is a really fine line between getting it really right and messing it up big time. So you really need to be focused and very clean on watching what's in front of you there. The 39 of Oscar Fox there, we saw in the KTM Choices Flooring bike, finishing his Group 3 or Test 3 session. Next bike through as they come in from behind the back of the trees there is the Kawasaki. And that's the 82 of Phillips. Looks like we're down here, Beck, with another rider. So let's cross to you, Beck.
Down here with Maximus Purvis. Tell us, how was your run? You're doing a fantastic job.
I've been getting some good laps in and started to learn the track a bit more and more, but feeling good and look forward to the next ones.
Beautiful. This is definitely your style. Tell us, are you applying the same strategy without giving too much of your game plan away? Is it the same? Is the track changing for you, or you just knuckle down, switch off and just get into it?
Yeah, still just as I'm doing more and more laps, just learning it and trying to find some nicer lines and flow a bit more, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Beautiful. Look, I won't hold you up any further. Is there any sponsors this weekend that you'd like to shout out?
Just Shop Yamaha and everyone that supports the team.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. Maximus Purvis doing some incredible jumping up that ladder and leaderboard today. So one to watch definitely for his top speed and the way that he locks in every lap. Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you. And Max was only a 3.2 second delay between himself and the top post in Test 3 with Corey McMahon. So not a lot in it. And again, we get the opportunity to put maybe another 1 or 2 laps in. It's a great opportunity for Max to potentially leapfrog those times, because remembering all of the times that they post today sit where they are until the end of the day, and it's the fastest lap that we'll look for time-wise that I believe will definitively provide the end result as to who actually wins what in the class today. So pretty cool to watch, and Purvis has been right on the brim all the way through, not dropped out of that top 4 since we kicked off this morning, so that's a pretty solid amount. Have a look at this. The Shop Yamaha team right at the moment getting themselves sorted. Great to have them back in the shop as well. Yamaha's being prepped beautifully out there by the team. Obviously, the 69 bike you can see there in the right-hand corner, that is the Maximus Purvis bike, the Yamaha WR. This thing is a rocket ship, and right up the top there, if you have a look in that shot, there's an orange piece right near the headlight assembly, and that's got a tie on it. That's the transponder. So that's the piece that the guys, I'll zoom in on that if we sort of can just a little. There it is there. That's the vital link. That's the piece that gives us all of the timing across the weekends. That transponder is literally everything that is seen at the start point when they get going from our timing loop, and then the second loop which creates the elapsed time to that point. So that's the only non-factory piece, or Yamaha piece on that bike. And the cradle. The remainder of it is true Shop Yamaha equipment. The 4 bike there, that's the Will's bike, and a brilliant effort for the team that they've been working on over the weekend. We all saw to the level of what those bikes looked like last night after we'd finished the rounds from yesterday. And to transform them from what they were yesterday into today, hats off to all those boys in that Shop Yamaha group. That team have done an amazing job of turning those bikes around, as it has every team here this weekend. But the Yamaha guys were really burning the midnight oil, because those bikes that run right up the front of the field literally cop everything, and to turn them around, no mean feat. So hats off to each and every one of the boys involved with that one. So top 4 in Test 3 were Corey McMahon, lead rider, the biker Maximus Purvis. Behind him, Lyndon Snodgrass. Behind that, the Yamaha pilot of Will Rubright. And the 5 of Chandler Burns. They were your top 5 guys in the class for Test 3 today, round 6 of our WR450 track tests. Remembering, of course, currently running in succession with all of this are the guys running the Clubman Sprints. They're in another circuit that is well off to our to the top part of the property here where we're running these events today. Right in between them and the Pro Expert Sprint is the Junior Sprint track. And then, of course, as I said, as you're coming in through the main entry gate, that's where the Pro Expert Sprints are being captured. And this is where this footage that you can see now is coming from. Have a look at the size of the way that corner is just blown open. That's the 56 there of Emily Lambert aboard the Gas. Lambert, of course, riding in the women's class here this weekend. And again, you can see how rutted and how badly cut up some of those areas are when we do follow the bikes in front intimately with the drone. Gives us a really almost identical vision view of what the riders are seeing. That's how close to the action that we're getting with those drones here this weekend. And again, our drone pilot in Luke from the team at, of course, Rural IT Solutions. They're doing an amazing job over the weekend for us to capture all of that fantastic footage for you at home and also people on course here and get to enjoy and experience. There's the Yamaha boys. That one's on its side. Obviously, they're getting into something where there's a potential oil opening, so they typically will lean the thing over like that either so it's easy to get at and or to eliminate any excessive oil spillage or leaks out of that one. So I'd say the 191 there right now at the moment's getting a little bit of a look into. Excuse me. Well, it sounds like Beck's down there with another of our competitors, another one of the ladies. So I'll throw down to you, Beck, with your guest.
Down here with Rach Archer. Rach, you've got an awesome network back here, especially with Jack's trackside as well. How are you feeling and doing today?
Yeah, feeling good. I won the first 2 tests. I haven't seen the times for the last one, but I had a bit of it off, so I might have got second in that one, but we'll see. Yeah, but yesterday was awesome. Loved the track. I had a bit of a mishap on the first lap yesterday. Broke a front brake lever and had to ride the whole lap with no front brake. So that was interesting. And came in and we swapped the brake and got going again. Made a sprint and got back to the lead. So that was pretty cool. It was my This is my first race back since having a baby. So Archie's at home with Nanny today.
Shout out Archie.
Yeah, shout out to Archie.
Fantastic. How old is Archie? Just to put people into perspective, how old is Archie?
Archie's 9 weeks.
Yeah. So you're very fresh, you're very green, you are an absolute legend and showing the strength of a woman out here firsthand. It's incredible to see, to watch. I'm just cheering loudly for you all weekend. Where's home for you?
I'm from New Zealand, so I grew up on a big farm in NZ and grew up rounding up bulls on the hill country. So yeah, I love the technical tracks and that. And then I spent 7 years racing professional in the States, so yeah.
Yeah, you've been in and around everywhere with different places that you've been. You've got such a resume of places that you've been. How does Casterton shape up to some of those? Obviously, everything's fantastic and all clubs are there to be supported, so it's hard to always choose the best. But when you're looking at this in relation to events that you've had in previous, is it something that you would recommend for others to do?
Yeah, for sure. Like the Vic Off-Road Club is a really strong club and they do a really good job, like very professional, and they mark their tracks out to a really high level, so it's really awesome to see and it makes for some really good racing.
Yep, absolutely. Now tell us some of that history that you've had in the States. Let's open that up a bit further, especially for any young girls out there that are doing that live stream. We've got a lot of common names that we're hearing going over there to start their own journey. What was your technical style over there? Like when you did different disciplines over there, what were you into?
Yeah, I tried to be an all-rounder. I think if you can be an all-rounder, you're going to win championships.
Yep.
Like, you've got to be able to go fast in the sand and you've got to be able to ride technical rocks and like tight trees and stuff. So yeah, just try and do everything you can. Doesn't matter what discipline you're doing, as long as you're riding a bike, it's going to make you a better rider.
Yep, absolutely, and obviously that enjoyment which has brought you back quickly after having your baby, and obviously squeezing what you can in before then Archie comes up and does his own thing, so that's absolutely unreal. Look, thank you for your time. Go and rest up. I can see you've got a lot of grit about you, and I've seen your portfolio, so jump on, follow Rach, and we'll steal a few more chats in the Yamaha tent. Thank you. And is there any thanks that you'd like to extend for being here this weekend?
Big thanks to Jack's parents, my in-laws, for looking after Archie so I can race this weekend. Yeah, it takes a village to raise a baby. Yeah, big shout out to Liat and White's Power Sports, the JGR team, Yamaha Australia, and everyone watching.
Beautiful,
and
thank
my
you.
partner Jack.
Yeah, absolutely, and Jack's actually pit stop. We might even steal his run as soon as we've come over to have a bit of a chat, so we might squeeze in a chat with him shortly as well. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Down at the Yamaha tent, we're going to steal a chat with Jeremy when he's available. It's just, we might even pop over here. G'day, how are you? Can I steal you for a bit of a chat for a moment? Yeah? Beautiful. How are you going? How have you? We haven't actually heard from you and how you feel the Casterton Sandstorm shapes up. How are you liking it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had a bit of a rough start yesterday cross country. I made some, bad choices, and I paid the price in the first 2 laps, but then I got back on track and, enjoyed the track, found my flow, and got back to a good position. So I was happy with that part. And today, different track. We're on sprints. It's a short, so it's very intense. And now the track's good. I enjoy the sand, and I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, beautiful. You are you're a figure in our Vic off-road and just off-road community in general. Especially, I've been following you with your coaching that you're doing for the next generation. That is so empowering for both young boys and young girls in our next form of generation coming up. Talk to me more about that. What's happening there for you?
So yeah, we've got obviously the JGR off-road team, which is Jess Gardner Racing, which is Jess is my partner, and we have little Lorna Locke on the program. So Jess have wanted to develop, the up-and-coming women's and juniors. So we've been Danielle McDonald, that's now in the States. She's been with us for 5. She spent 5 years with us in the team. Like we got her when she was 12, and then taught her the rope and explained her. And taught her how the race situation went and all that. Gave her like a full proper ride on the team, and then help her develop. And now she's off to America. And so we just got another one to keep going. So that's part of our coaching program. So we got the JGR team and the Off-Road Riding Institute. So we do a lot of coaching. We've got a farm where we held like coaching every monthly with a lot of kids, and try to help the up and coming generation. So it's good.
Absolutely, and not only is your coaching on track, it's also off track, because you guys bring a really good atmosphere to the track within your tent. It's very approachable, it's very calm. To be here in person and to feel that is just really nice to see, and it's what our sport really truly needs to keep our juniors right where we need them to be, to give them the best start overseas. Classic example of that is someone like Rach. being able to step up and go overseas and do what she really loves and enjoys. And she spoke to passion then, and that's also very, very much a big thing. Do you work in that headspace side of things with your young riders as well?
Look, we're here to have fun.
Yeah.
We're here to have fun, and especially at a young age, if you come to the race and you psych yourself up too hard and put too much pressure on you, it just doesn't work. So you need to have fun, enjoy it, and that's also a good factor for longevity. Like if you burn yourself out early, you're never gonna have a long career. So it's really important to find the fun, enjoy it, and then enjoy yourself.
Have some really good people and a tight network around you. Look, there'd be lots of next generation out there. I know some particularly that will be watching from home that have had direct coaching with you from Central West New South Wales. So just to hear that and that they're accessing your program, that's fantastic. Is it available? How do people get in touch with Yamaha to see what's happening for them?
So it's all on the Jess Gardner website, so jessgardner.com.au, and then we've got a coaching parts on it, and it's all our dates, put there, and that's how you register and all that, and all through social, Instagram, Facebook, and all that. That's how it works these days.
Fantastic. Look, thank you so much. We won't hold you up any further. Is there any sponsors though that you'd like to shout out for helping you out? Obviously, Jess is a major part for herself behind the scenes, but likewise for you and back and forth there. Who can you tell us that's here to help you?
For sure. Like Yamaha is a massive part of our program, and without the brand backing teams, it wouldn't work. So massive shout out to Yamaha because they're right behind us for the racing and for the coaching side. So that's a massive part of our program. But then we've got heaps of sponsors on board. Like you see, we've got a big back wall at the back over there where we've got Bulk Nutrients, we've got So Clean, we've got Big Ballards Off-Road as well. Like the list is super long, and they all know who they are, and the support is greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. They know who they are, and they definitely see what you're doing for the next generation. It is so motivating to see. So passing that knowledge on firsthand is just such a powerhouse thing to do. So thank you so much for your time. Unreal things happening down here at Yamaha, and across all disciplines too. They do a lot with their Blue Crew and looking at that next generation to try and give them all the skills that they need, both on track, off track. These guys have had it firsthand, so they are the best teachers and mentors in the game. Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. And while we're on the back end of that, we'll we watch a little bit of action here. We might talk just a little bit more Yamaha. Big thank you must go this weekend to our long-time sponsor here, Dan Kiddo, from, of course, the Limestone Coast Motorcycles in Narracourt. These guys have generously donated a major prize for the raffle here at the Casterton Club. These tickets will be sold over a period of time. We get an opportunity to purchase them here this weekend. The first prize in this raffle is a brand spanking new Yamaha TTR110. Now that bike, believe it or not, is actually on display down in the food court area. If you are here this weekend and you'd like to help to push the club along and provide some of those much needed funds that are needed to run events like this, you can head down and talk to the team down there. Tickets are $5 each and available, as I said, down through that food court area throughout the event here this weekend. Don't miss your opportunity to win an amazing little prize, a brand spanking new Yamaha TTR110. And I know someone will be absolutely stoked at some point of the game when we draw that one later on in the year for someone to pick that up. But a great opportunity for all of our patrons here this weekend to grab some tickets. $5 each down in the food court. And a big thank you, as I said, to not only the Limestone Coast Motorcycle Group, but also to Dan Kiddo. Dan, of course, a great sponsor. And don't forget that all of the tickets that you purchase, the funds that you purchase with that support the club that keeps the throttle wide open down here this weekend. So make sure you look after the team here at, of course, the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, who run this fantastic Casterton Sandstorm here this weekend. And if we get a chance, Beck, we might even send you down into that area. You can grab some footage of the bike and where the ladies are that are set up, selling the tickets. We might get an opportunity to have a chat to them and see if we can't drum up a little bit of business there for them. And don't forget, of course, the club merchandise available down there as well. And Beck, we might, while you're down in that area there, cover off on that one as well. Hope you're enjoying the live stream here this weekend from the beautiful area of Casterton here while we watch those aerial shots from our live stream showing where all of the tracks zigzag through all of the tree work here. Big thanks, of course, to our camera guys, Rob, who's working on that portable cam, who's probably having a hell of a time trying to keep Beck in line down there. Good luck with that, Rob. Grant, of course, who's doing a lot of work with the scissor lift cam down here this weekend. This shot that you can see here is coming courtesy of Luke and the guys out of the team at Rural IT Solutions, and Marcus, of course, who's doing a lot of the switch work for us here this weekend on our cameras. And you can see how beautiful this layout is down here this weekend. All of the cars and the teams and tracks and access that you can see. Just a glorious shot. And have a look at the amount of homes and camping gear, transport trucks, you name it, that is part of this fantastic event here this weekend, the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm event. We'll sit tight before we go back into Test 4 for our Sunday Round 6 WR450 track tests here this weekend for not only our pro class, of course, in our pro experts, but also for our clubmans and our juniors here this weekend. Beautiful scenery that you can see there, and as I said, this weekend also part of the rounds 8, 7 and 8 of the Muirs Concreting Victorian Off-Road Championships and the Yamaha Australian Enduro Championship rounds as well.
We've got Toby Telford down here and Nash Lamb. Toby, how are you feeling today?
Pretty good. It's been a good morning, but I got stuck behind a few little kids this morning.
Yep, so little lappers out there?
Yeah, because I wasn't here yesterday, so it was a bit slow in the first one, but now I'll be able to go a bit quicker in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I've been informed too that it's all about the sand in this one today for you. Does that excite you?
Yeah, I don't mind the sand. You can do some big corners and go a lot quicker, I think, in the sand.
Yeah, fantastic. Have you got anyone that you'd like to thank for being here this afternoon or today and this weekend?
My mum and my dad and my nan and my pa for taking me here.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. I wish you all the best. Go out there and just hold that throttle on and get after it. Good job. Nash, how are you feeling today?
Excellent.
Excellent. Tell me why you're feeling excellent today. Has that got something to do with the track conditions?
Yeah, I just feel like I can get the rollers easy, but I'm in like 6, which I can work my way up a bit.
Yeah, fantastic. Is it a different riding style for you today? Like it's got to be high intensity and really fast. Are you you good with your fast and quick turns and stuff like that?
Not really, but I'm good at sand, which kind of helps me.
Beautiful. Have you got anyone that you want to thank this weekend for being here?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, my sponsors, and the VORC committee.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Get into it. Have the best lap out there, and I hope you put in a PB. Thank you. Back to commentary. Some girls looking very cool and ready to race today. Are you girls excited for the track?
Yes.
Yeah, super excited?
Yeah.
What's your strategy for today?
Just try to stay smooth and consistent, get around the track without falling off.
Yep, now we missed your name and your last name and where you've come from. Tell us, who are you and where are you from?
I'm Jessie Harris. I'm from New South Wales near Gunnedah.
Beautiful. Now, when did you start riding?
When I was 3.
Wow, okay, you've been on a bike for a long time, so you're pretty confident?
Yeah.
Beautiful. What sort of races have you done and what experience have you had during that time?
I started out with motocross and then started to get into the off-roads more.
Beautiful, thank you, and that's unreal, and keep going because you're doing a marvellous job. Thank you. Have you got any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Mum and Dad financed my bike.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you prepare. I'll just jump over this side. Sorry, darling, nearly knocked you off. How are you and who have I got?
Caitlin Aquilina.
And where have you come from?
Just down in Melbourne, about 40 minutes from Melbourne.
Ah, interesting. So where do you practice on the sand down there? Where do you get all that practice?
Usually have to drive a few hours to Geelong or Echuca that way.
And how long have you been on a bike? For any girls out there watching, we're going to try and get more girls into the sport. How long have you been riding for?
About 5 years old.
Yep. So you've had a fair bit of time on the bike, but you can pick it up later in life, can't you? Is it pretty easy once you get that support? And what would you say and what message would you give to someone that's out there that wants to try either a little girl junior or a little boy junior? What would you give them? What message?
I think just stay dedicated and believe in yourself.
Yeah, that's a beautiful message. Have you had people that have believed in you to keep doing this and show up for you at your races?
Yeah, 100%. Many people like my parents and family friends got lots of belief, which is great to have behind me.
Yeah, and this sport is normally a very family-driven sport, isn't it? So you rely on your parents to get you there, and that breeds someone that's very independent to be able to do it for themselves one day, to be able to take themselves to the race. But it's also having that good network of friends around you that are supportive, and yeah, really proud to see you out here. Have you got any sponsors that you'd like to shout out?
Just Moto Melbourne, Prime Design, and Mum and Dad.
Yeah, beautiful. Mum and Dad, the bank. Are they the bank, or do you work?
100%.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. Who have I got? What's your name and where are you from?
Andy McKinnon, and I'm from Port Macquarie.
Awesome. So you've had a bit of a travel to get down here this weekend?
Yeah, really long drive, really.
How long have you been riding for?
I've been riding since I was about 3.
Oh, beautiful. So we've got 3, 3 and 5. Awesome. So we're pretty seasoned on a bike. Do you prefer, like, is this just your only discipline that you've done, which is off-road, or have you had experience elsewhere?
I do a little bit of motocross.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've done a bit of enduro cross just at the other off-roads. That's about it.
Beautiful. And the motocross background is going to really help you with these sprints today. Tell us about that. What strategies are you using there? Like, is it just turn off and go as hard as you can, or how does it change up for you?
It's got a lot to do with the whoops. There's a lot of whoops on the sand track, and the motocross track also has a lot, so it kind of mixes in a bit.
Beautiful. So you're using what you know there to ride that style through that section for here. I've heard that there's a lot of sand out there and not too much mud today, so does that excite you?
Yeah, it's really good. I did not want to get dirty.
Beautiful. Now tell us, have you got any sponsors or anyone that you'd like to thank for getting you this weekend?
Yeah, I just want to thank Dad for driving me here and coming all the races and just teaching me how to ride in general.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, and thanks for making it here. It's great to see you with a bit of a convoy here. Are you all mates, like these 3 girls, these 3 bikes?
Yeah, pretty much.
Fantastic, that's awesome, and it's a huge community, a huge network here. So good to see the girls here in force and lining up to have a chit chat before they start their race. Thank you.
Cool. Great to see some of the girls getting ready to go out to race as well, as we now watch Test 4 well underway. Very shortly we'll be able to grab some times out of Test 4. Looks like Corey McMahon, the fastest guy, again, a 4:30.672. Maximus Purvis went through on a 4:35.074, 4.4 seconds in arrears. As we see the number 10 going through there of Lyndon Snodgrass. We'll have a look at his time shortly. The bike there of Will Rupright went through on a 4:36.477. And there's the number 4 bike there. Chandler Burns, by the look of it, through on a 4:37.95. Lyndon Snodgrass through on a 4:38.188. So Corey McMahon, the shaker remover in that one, on a 4:30.672, which is a pretty tidy time indeed. So we'll cross down to you, Beck, for the next of our junior interviews.
Down here with some keen little rippers. I'm going to get in the middle of all of them. Are you guys excited for the sand? Because I've heard that there's no mud out there. It's just all sand. Are you excited or what?
Yeah.
Heaps excited?
Yeah.
Now, who am I speaking to here?
Blake Van Gans.
And where have you come from, Blake?
Ballarat.
Beautiful. I'm going to spin around and I'm going to ask you guys, whereabouts are you from? If you could just tell me exactly where you've travelled from, that'd be awesome. Where have you come from?
Ballarat.
Ballarat, and your name is?
Jackson Davies.
Beautiful, nice to see you, nice to meet you. Whereabouts are you from?
Ballarat.
And what's your name?
Paddy.
Paddy, what's your last name?
Tudman.
Very good. Are you excited?
Yeah. Yes, very.
Now, what's your name and where are you from?
Ballarat. My name's Louie and my last name's Tudman.
Very good. And I seen a custom name on the back of there. Have you got a nickname?
Nah.
No, you haven't got a nickname? Right, get out there, Louie. Oh, he maybe have a nickname.
Hot dog.
What is it?
Hot dog.
Hot dog. Oh, he's a bit of a hot dog out there, is he? Gets going. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Jimmy. I'm from Ballarat.
Nice to meet you, Jimmy. Are you hyped for today and does sand really excite you and get you going?
Yeah, really excited.
How long have you been riding for?
Since I was 2.
Whoa, so what did you start on? Because you wouldn't have started on one of these. What was your very first bike?
I started on my sister's quad, then I wanted to go on a PB50.
Fantastic, and it's just been in your blood ever since?
Yeah.
And who gets you to the tracks?
My dad and mum.
Beautiful, thank you. And I can see there's some sponsors there. Would you like to extend a thank you to them?
I'd like to thank the sponsors, Race Ready, Rototech, Underclass, Mum and Dad.
Fantastic, that's awesome. Look, put in your best lap. I hope you all get a PB out there. We're checking the times in the corporate box, so we want to see some real good times, all right? You reckon you're going to be able to do it? Yeah, beautiful. Whereabouts are you from?
Ballarat.
And what's your name?
Rock.
I'm picking up a common trend here. This is the Ballarat crew, is that correct? Yeah. Around that area, righto. Is sand your forte? Like your best? Is sand your forte? Like it's a style you really like and a terrain you like?
Nah.
What's your jam?
More hard pack stuff.
Yeah, beautiful. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge to you today. That's really good. That's awesome because you can't always be served the perfect track every time, can you? You've got to have a bit of a challenge, and it makes you a better rider that's well-rounded. What do you normally do?
Motocross.
So you're a motocrosser. Interesting. Sprints here today. That might actually be a bit of a favourite part for you today. You actually might enjoy this track, which is fantastic. Have you got any sponsors that you'd like to throw out there and thank?
MotorPro, Begbie Constructions and Advanced Cranes.
Beautiful, thank you, and thanks for being here even when it's challenging. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. We're going to float around and see if we can find some more people. Do you want to have a bit of a chat with me? How are you? Who have I got here?
I'm Ryder and I'm from Whittlesea, Melbourne.
Beautiful. And Ryder, what's your last name?
Cardamone.
Beautiful. What have you normally been doing with your... Have you always been on a bike, or when did you start?
I've been on a bike since basically I was born.
Yep. Wow, that's unreal. So you started... Did you have one of those little balance bikes, you know, without the pedals?
Yeah, I did.
Do you reckon that's helped you get to a motorbike out there?
Yes, it has. I reckon it did.
Yep, beautiful. Now, who gets you to the track? Is it just you, or is there a crew that you got?
My mum and dad and my family taking me.
Beautiful. And have you got a mechanic? Who's the mechanic in your pit?
My dad.
Beautiful. Is he a DIY dad? He sort of fixes it, gets it done?
Yes, he is.
Fantastic. Now, have you got any sponsors or any thank yous that you want to say for helping you get here?
I've got no sponsors, but I'll thank my mum and dad for bringing me here.
Fantastic, that's awesome. Sometimes that's all you need is your mum and dad trackside, even when it's really good and it gets tough. So good luck out there. I hope you put in a personal best. We'll float around and we might see a couple more. We'll come and talk to this interesting name over here that I've been seeing frequently this weekend. He's sort of looking over his shoulder. Can I have a quick chat to you, please? Who have I got for those watching at home that might be a familiar face?
Charlie McGinty.
Beautiful. Charlie, now you've had a ripping day and weekend actually, haven't you? Have you enjoyed this weekend?
Yeah, it's good fun, nice and flowy.
Yeah, even with some challenges yesterday, the track's going to be a lot different today. Does this track actually really excite you?
Yeah, nice, like sandy corners, pretty, good fast track.
Yeah, fantastic. And is this your jam? Like, do you normally like to do motocross and that type of thing, or what's your style of riding? Is it just off-road?
Yeah, more off-roads, like enduros and that. Yeah,
yep.
It's good.
Fantastic. Do you prefer the short, technical, quick stuff, or do you like the endurance more?
More the endurance, like fast, longer stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
It's good fun.
So a bit more technical turns, and you can get out and just hold it flat, and then you come back in again, cut a couple of laps.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Look, I know that you'll have a team behind you to get you out and riding. I can see Gint's racing team down here. Is that a family race team that gets you to each of your events? Who are your sponsors and who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Drac Mechanical, Your Welding Solutions, Northern Avenue Properties, Lotus Recycling, Kinross Props, Colleen Dorper. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Now I'm going to put you on the spot. Is there any other little rippers out here that you'd love to show some love to that are doing really well at the sport? Because you're an older person in this category and you're probably set to leave here in a few seasons' time. How many seasons you got left, do you reckon?
This is my last season in juniors.
Yeah, righto. Let's throw it down to some juniors coming out. They've got some eyes looking at you. Who's someone that's, a couple of people that you are looking at their riding and think they should be acknowledged for doing a really good job out there?
Ryder Lambing, he's real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, towers most of us.
Yep.
Yeah. Kobe Munro.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty good boys.
Yep. Beautiful, righto. We might try and look out for those lines, those names. I actually seen Ryder Lambing this morning, had a chat to him, so if I spot him, I'll go and have a bit of a chat. Thank you for that, and get out there, Gins, and do your best. Thank you. We'll float around and see if we can see some more. Might even hit some parents up. You know, I've put the connection across now. Oh my goodness. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Now this is your young fella.
It is my young fella, yeah.
How proud of you are you? How proud are you of him? I'm so excited to see you here and doing this. The places, the people you see and the faces that you meet.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. How do you feel it when he's out there?
I get a little bit nervous here and there, but you know, he's just come back from a broken collarbone at the start of the season, so yeah, it's good to see him back out there and build a bit of confidence coming into Hatter. So.
Yep. Fantastic, and he's informed me that this is his final year in juniors. How does that make you feel? Is it starting to get to the pointy end now of going, okay, he's going to start to step up?
Yeah, well, he loves getting on my bike. It's a bit bigger, and yeah, you know, he rides the wheels off that when he can. So yeah, it's a bit nerve-wracking, but you know, we'll get out there and then I'll ride with him and give him a flogging as well. So
absolutely, it's all about that too. It's definitely that camaraderie when it comes to the parents and the kids out there. Look. He seems like he's in a really good mindset, and to be able to access some bikes that can give him that next level up is fantastic. I wish him all the best for seniors. What's he up to for? What does he want to do? Does he want to jump into some other events?
Yeah, I think Hatter's pretty much on his radar this year. Golden Beach is obviously coming up towards the end of the month, so yeah, just keep rolling with that and see how he finished out the season.
Fantastic. Is there any messages out there for moto parents, say, of a really tiny little ripper out there that you can give to, you know, you've seen your boy grow right up through the sport. You know, what's some things that are really important from parent to parent that people need to be aware of when they're getting their kids into juniors? Because we want to see more people, but we want some really good advice that's going to help them get through it.
Yeah, I think, you know, when they're little, they bounce. You know, they don't bounce so much when they get a bit older. They tend to break a few more bones, but just have the confidence in them, you know. Give as much good feedback to them as you can and keep them positive, and yeah, they'll really benefit from all that.
Absolutely, it's all about the positive praise and just being on their side no matter what the day brings for them, because it's not always about the ribbons, it's not always about, you know, it's the network that comes with motorsport. Thanks so much for stopping me for a chat. So good to see a familiar face. We'll hopefully see you at Hatter shortly.
Yeah, we'll do, definitely. I'll see you there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll probably let them get into it and we'll see some things take off here, so stay tuned and we'll have a look at the juniors and what they have to offer. Hopefully catch a few more at their finish line after they've run a sprint or two, and I'd love to see how they shape up after that. Thank you, back to comms.
Good on you, Beck, well done. Well, as we let it roll through for Test 4, the top 3 or 5, let's quickly pick through those. Corey McMahon, as I said earlier on, posted an awesome time of 4 minutes 30.67. So great time posted by Corey on bike number 153. On the 69, the Maximus Purvis bike, second in that group for our round 6 WR450 track test 4. Max went through on a 4:35.07, which was only 4.4 in arrears there. Third fastest bike was the number 4 of Will Ruprecht, and he went through on a time of 4 minutes 36.477. Fourth fastest bike was the Chandler Burns bike. It went through on a 4:37.953. On a time of 4 minutes 38.188, which is only 0.235 of a second behind, was the 4:10 entry of Lyndon Snodgrass. Sixth bike home was the Cooper Shidow entry. He went through on a time of 4 minutes 41.40 seconds. Seventh in that group was Jai Dixon. Dixon went through on a 4 minutes 41.56 pass for him. Eighth fastest was the 44 bike of Jeremy Carpenter, and he went through on a 4 minute 42.22. Rounding, heading into the 10. Ninth was the 84 bike of Max Midwinter. Midwinter went through on a 4:42.61, and to round out the top 10, the 79 entry of Jacob Sweet. He went through on a time of 4 minutes 44.67. So not a lot separating, probably the better part of about 14 and a bit seconds between the first bike at Corey McMahon, who set the fastest time in Test 4, to the 10th fastest in Jacob Sweet. in this group as well. So some pretty outstanding results coming out of it here this morning. Time now just on 11:15, which is Eastern Standard Time here. If you're watching the telecast externally elsewhere, either in South Oz, which, believe it or not, is only about 30 or 40 k's in the direction of where we're sort of pointed towards, or you're looking at it from WA or somewhere like that, where your time zone is a little bit different. Time here it's 10:45, and we're cruising along nicely with Test 4 well underway here for these guys as well. Looking forward to catching up also with the Glenelg Shire Mayor in Karen Stevens, who I believe will be here at some point today. Looking forward to having a chat with her about what's been happening in the Shire and their connections here with this fantastic event that we're running on behalf of the guys and girls involved with rounds 7 and 8 of the Mewers Concreting Victorian Off-Road Championships and the Yamaha Australian Enduro Championships, of course, here at the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm here this weekend. So, yeah, looking forward to catching up with Karen when she gets here. Over to you, Beck.
Hello, we are down here with a moto dad that we picked on yesterday. He actually had his helmet on yesterday getting ready for his own race. So now we're lining up on the start line with his next generation. How are you? Tell the viewers at home who you are, where you're from.
G'day, it's Mick Beecher. I'm here with my son Miguel Beecher. I race in the 35 vet class. Miguel's in JJ. Yeah, we love the Vic Off-Roads. It's a good family event, and yeah, it's a good day.
Miguel, how are you feeling today, mate? Are you ready and is he prepped you good enough?
Yeah, I reckon.
You've done it right. You're in the zone. I'm going to let you be in the zone. I'm going to have a chat to Dad for a little bit longer. Really hard to hear here, so we're going to step out a little bit further. How is it being a moto parent and not just sizing up for the race itself for yourself? How do you feel getting your little fella ready for the line?
It's really, really cool. It keeps you busy, that's for sure. It's pretty inspirational. Like seeing your young, little version of you doing what you used to do when I was a kid.
Bit of a card, so you can see it coming back to you from where you've been, back to yourself again.
100%. So it's one of those things that, we sort of learn off each other actually. So like, I've got to be a bit of a role model. So say like yesterday, I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I want to finish the race. And then he's like, did you finish? I'm like, yeah, I did.
And he went out first, didn't he? So he had to conquer it before you did. So it's like, I've got to do this for the team. I've got to set the example. He's done it, so now I've got to shape up and do it. Look, thank you so much for your time. But is there, I know that there's moto parents out there watching, and they'll probably have a little tacker on a balance bike. And I'm probably talking about myself, which I've got a little 3-year-old at home that will be watching, and he's motorbike mad. Can you tell me and some others that will be watching for getting their junior started, what's some real good tips that we need to know?
Real good tips is, I don't know, it's a good sport because it teaches kids responsibility, mechanical knowledge. Like my son, he packs all his bags for racing. He washes his bike, he does a lot of the maintenance. It teaches the kids all that sort of stuff.
A lot of discipline, hey?
A lot of discipline, and in discipline there's life skills. Yes. So for us, because we were on a farm, we can teach them the stuff on the farm and this sort of stuff as well. So it's actually, for us, it's a really good sport, and it's something that I know a little bit about that I can pass down to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's family sport. So your partner's here. She's here with her hand up, ready to go. She's got the shuckers going. It's good vibes. They're hyping up.
Got his little riding buddies here.
Yes.
So these 3 guys here are they're like best mates.
Yeah,
so you got Xavier, Jackson, and they're all. And the dads too. So
and the dad.
Brett here, and then Jackson's Jake Deegan's son. Yeah. So like they're all good buddies.
Yeah. And that's what it also brings is that family sport. It is such a family sport that everyone needs to be involved. So thank you so much. I'm going to jump over to the moto mum now. We're getting the whole family. Your name, please, because I didn't get to meet you yesterday.
I'm Katie Beecher, Mick's wife.
Beautiful. And how do you feel? I've seen you taking some selfies. The mums are on the phone. They're the hype girls. She was like,
I'm already nearly tearing up again because it's just such a, every time I see him out here, and it's like a father and son thing that they do, and I could not be any more proud.
It's powerful. I'm literally getting goosebumps
right now.
I'm
tearing up again. As usual, I'm constantly crying.
That's unreal. Now, he's a talented little rider. He's got some really good backing there. And obviously how you feel for him. You'd follow the others two really well. It's like one big family.
It is, and I think that's the good thing about endurance racing is the community here. I don't know any of these people personally, but I rocked up here yesterday and everyone was like, oh my God, you made it! And I was like, I don't know you, but thanks! Like,
they're ready to jump in.
It is, and it's wonderful. Like, all the dads, all the mums get together, all the kids band together. It's the best community and everyone really looks out for each other here. It's wonderful.
Absolutely. It's a layer that Casterton is pretty uniquely known for, is like that camping atmosphere where you can wind down together and chit chat about different things. And it's not just a chat, because you're actually exchanging really valid information. Like when you get to talk to someone in a calm, relaxed atmosphere around the campfire, like it just brings out the best. So would you promote Casterton as a junior sport?
Well, to be honest, Casterton was actually one of the first clubs that we ever signed up for, and we live 3 hours away. So we come back every time it's on, so that's saying a lot. We will happily drive 3 hours just to be here, and I'm not sure of his name, but we call him the bloke in blue. He's one of the reps here up at Casterton, and he is always on the kids track, and he is 10 out of 10. He is the best bloke, so it's like probably the best club that we've been a part of. So it's wonderful.
Are you hearing that, Casterton Motorcycle Club? Because that is unreal, and I'm sure that word of mouth is always so important, and you tell so many people about this club and what they do here. So shout out to them. And is there anyone else that you would like to thank on behalf of the whole team, your race team here?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Marcus and Danny and Tyson and Kato for always like coming in with us, and obviously my husband, where he comes out here with Miguel even when we're stuck on the farm, and they just move mountains to make sure that Miguel in particular and Mickey both get to ride, because it's good for your life. It really is.
It's really hard to manage both pit lanes too, but you're doing a fantastic job. It's not double the stress, is it? It's not stressful. Come and do this sport. It's fantastic.
And my other two kids are over there somewhere playing, and they're safe. I don't know where they are, but they're safe.
Fantastic. Thank you. You are a vibe, and I'll let your little fella get into it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes a bit of the junior coverage here. We'll send back to comms for some other perspective elsewhere around the track. Thanks for watching and stay tuned.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. And sounds like you've struck yet another very, very happy family who's well connected within the motorcycle competition piece, but more importantly, B, as a family linked together through that competition piece, which is pretty outstanding. It's probably a place where a lot of families would love to be, and they're living the dream. That's how I'd look at it. Currently out there at the moment, though, we are still running through Test 4. We should be very close to finishing that. I know that there's a handful of riders that are still yet to finish. I think we've got roughly about probably another 20 riders or a bit less that need to finish up. As you can see down there at the moment, though, this is the juniors with their start and run in their own category. And of course, our junior track this morning slightly modified to try and take some of the mud out and to provide just the sand. Roughly runs at around about 5 Ks. And as you can see, rider out there at the moment tackling it and going pretty solidly at it. I reckon that's the 616. That's the Zach Salmon entry aboard the KTM. I reckon Zach's running in JJ class, which is the smaller of the classes. This is the 8 to 11-year-olds in 65cc two-stroke class. Zach on the 816 bike. Looks like he's running pretty solidly. Finlay Duncombe is the guy you can see on screen at the moment. That's the 66, or rather the 33 bike for Finlay. And there's the next rider through. I reckon that might have been the bike of Blake. Let's have a look at another of our juniors now on screen. You can see, and running through some of those ruts. Drone catching up pretty quickly. And that, of course, is the 445. Bit more action now in our pro class or our on our pro track. Pro expert sprint track here. Another couple finishing. That looked like that might have been Monique Simeone. Time for her looks like it's 7 minutes 26.58. Looks like Simeone there, going through. Another bike coming out of the back drops area where we get an opportunity to have a look at it. I reckon that's the 888 of Heidi Tiemann, competing in the women's class here this weekend. I reckon the only other one we'd be looking for would be Tracy Maguire. And that would pretty much wrap up what would have been all of the times for Test 4. Fastest to the girls, by the look of it, was the 650 bike of Rachel Archer, who went through on a time of 5 minutes 15.24. That was the 46th bike across the line here today.
Down here for Casterton Motorcycle Club, and even if you are watching online and you know someone here, come and get a ticket in. So hit them up with some money and just get some raffle tickets in, because it is $5 and you could win this TTR 110. What a great little bike for a next generation. A good beginner bike, a good rookie bike for a kid at home that's watching. And kids at home, if you want a ticket, hit them up, okay? Think about who's here or who's riding and see if they can come and buy you a ticket. Also, have a look what else we have. We have some merch store items here. We've got a beanie. We're going to do some unboxing, a Casterton Motorcycle unboxing. We've got some beanies. We've got some, look at these little shorts. I might actually get some committee members here that are volunteering their time to sit here and help raise some money for the Casterton Motorcycle Club. Do you mind handing them up for me? Who have I got here?
Jody.
And what's your connection to motorsport and the Casterton Motorcycle Club?
This is our farm, actually. So our kids ride, or Tommy rides, and yeah, been part of the club since its inception.
So Jode, you are lending your land here, and you are also lending your time here. You are a die-hard Casterton Sporting Club member.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it's a great club and it's good for our community and our town, and so yeah, we love to support it and promote it. It's great for kids. great for kids learning to ride. It's a really good place for them to begin and then work their way up into this sort of level of competition.
Your property offers so much. Like there is such a good reputation amongst everyone here. Like there was a lady over at the juniors and she just couldn't recommend this place enough. Okay, so I know that she's telling people, and I'm hoping there's a lot of people out there that are going, you know what, we're putting Casterton on our race agenda and calendar next year, and we want to see more people here, don't we? We've got stubby holders, we've got shirts, lots of different sizes here. This is just available to be able to look at, and we've got heaps of stock there. Really exciting though, you can shop this online from your couch right now. So pop an order in, they'll post it to you. Is that correct, Joe?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. They definitely will post it to you and get it there. There's stickers. Have a look at this. There's a common trend I'm seeing that just send it.
Yeah, that's been with them since the beginning, so the kids love it.
The kids just really get around that. Is there a story behind that? Send it?
I don't know. No, I don't know. Sorry.
That's right. There's a common phrasing there that you know that if you're in motorsport, just send it. Look at that sticker. That is absolutely amazing. I know some people collect stickers that need that for their toolbox. I might be coming down to get one because there's an aviation friend that I have and he's decking out a toolbox with every sticker that he can get at motorsport, so that's fantastic. They've got merch here available right now. Got some hoodies, best little track hoodies. So beyond now, I'll just touch on this for a moment. You buy this hoodie, you wear it at another event. Someone's going to look at that and go, where's Casterton? What's that involve? Okay? They might see it on your back. They might see it on your front. They're going to look at Casterton. You are then an ambassador to help them get it out there and wear it and sort it out, okay? Not only can you do it as a kid, young adult, you can do the girls, there's pink out there, and I'm actually wearing one myself, and they're extremely comfortable. I'm wearing a ladies style, and there's men's style, there's t-shirts, there's polos if you don't like, just a t-shirt. Oh, look at the back. My cameraman's telling me, look at the back. Yeah, that's cool. But you and yourself, whenever you contribute to a club and you buy club merchandise, I've got a whole stack, right? It's my favourite thing to wear. It's very trendy at the moment too, but you are literally promoting a club on your back without even using your word of mouth. But word of mouth is so important and powerful too. I've actually stolen a bit of time with an outrider here. He's out there he's got his full uniform on. We spoke to an outrider earlier, which is Josh Green. He wasn't dressed like this. So hopefully Josh has got his gear on, is that correct?
Yeah, Josh has got his heated jacket on. He's looking pretty cosy there in the big MA rig over there. I reckon he must have a couple bottles of wine in there and some cheese and biscuits as well, maybe. So
yeah, I reckon he was heading to get a cuppa, I reckon, with maybe a sugar with 2.
Yeah, I'd say maybe 3 sugars, I reckon. Nah, Green's doing a good job out there. Plenty of sweep riders here today too. We'd have 40 or so, I'd say, over the whole weekend, and it's really good. They're vital for making it run and following every track around on the last lap, so it's good.
You guys have an entertaining sort of job here that you hear all the works of the whole behind the scenes through your UHF. Communication's really important, but I heard you speaking before. It's such a good time because you have mates that volunteer and get out there. Can you shout out some, I know there's heaps out there, but a handful that you're working with this weekend that need a shout out and to be recognised that they're doing a marvellous job?
Yeah, young Morgs, he's pretty short. He can barely touch the ground. He rode my bike yesterday, so he's out there with some stilts getting around. Joel coming from the motocross, he's paddling around the mud, so it's good. We're all shoveling kids out of the mud and everything's good fun.
Yeah, so where there's a hard bike to get to, yous are in there dragging it out. Your gear goes under pressure too, so it's not an ordinal race, and no one comes first for you guys, but it's actually a race against your gear and your machine, isn't it? Because you've got to make sure that your maintenance is up to scratch to be able to do the job for the club. And then there's obviously bits and pieces that happen throughout that too that you need to get over and get through. So that's important. For anyone else that's out there, beyond Casterton, if there is someone in Casterton that needs to jump on a bike and wants to get involved, we definitely want to encourage that. But around Australia and nationwide, we want to empower people to actually approach their club. and get involved a bit further. We've got heaps of people already popping down to our merch store, so definitely get down if you're trackside, because we've had an influx, if you see on the live stream. Tell us though, what's a message for people, for their local club to get involved? Like, you know, what's a message? Why do it?
I know, like the best thing about it is you can come and help out, and you can ride all these awesome tracks that the club's put together, and you can ride the same track the pros are on. And you can pull up whenever you get tired, or you can keep riding whenever you feel like it. So it's really just the best of both worlds. It's best viewing spots too. It's everything about it's pretty awesome.
Viewing spots and no pressure to, but also you have a direct line to that next generation and nurturing the younger ones coming up. They know that when they're out there just holding it flat, that if they do come unstuck a bit, you're going to be there first up to give them that you know, support that they need, no matter what it is, whether it be getting medical or mechanical or whatever. So thank you so much for doing what you do, and on behalf of Shane, Jody and all of the Casterton Motorcycle Club, Tyndall as well, like, you guys are marvellous. Is there anyone else out there that you want to shout out and platform for being out there?
Oh, just everyone that's made it happen over the last 6 or 7 years. Like, our first off-road we ran only had 150 entries or so, and this year it's more like 470 or so. So just everyone that's been part of the club over those years, it's made it what it is today. So just thank you to everyone.
And it's also like, you guys need more, don't you? There's never too many.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone's more than welcome to come. We have a general meeting second Friday of each month, so everyone's more than welcome. Any locals that want to get involved and be a part of this great event.
So if you've got a bike in the shed at home, no matter where you are, and especially Casterton, they need a hand, come to their meetings or join your local club in their meetings to get involved, and volunteer gear, if it's just sitting there, may as well use it.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well put it to good use. No point collecting dust in the shed.
Absolutely. I'd love to see some outrider bikes. There might be some real flash ones out there.
I reckon.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you go, Tom. He's a busy man. Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Right, well, we are deep into round 6 on Sunday, the WR450 track test 5. So this is the completion of the 5th lap for some of the timing here. Let's have a quick look at it. Corey McMahon once again stacks the fastest ride out there, 4:28.88. 4:28.88, under 4 minutes 30 seconds. This is incredible. They keep winding the times off it, and McMahon setting pace each time. Interestingly enough, it's Chandler Burns that goes 5.78 seconds behind that time set by Corey McMahon on a 4:34.67. Teammate in Lyndon Snodgrass there, the 4:10 entry through on a time of 4 minutes 39.33 by the look of that. That puts him into third. Fourth, it would look like it is the bike of Maximus Purvis. Maximus through on a 4:39.43. And then it's Jai Dixon to round out the top 5 with a time set for Dixon of 4 minutes 41.56. But they're pretty much a top 5 with Corey McMahon, the DM31 KTM factory team, pushing the limits and gradually and surely grabbing time out of that lap, and this time round, as I said, posted a sub 4:30 to be a time of 4:28.88. That is outstanding for Corey McMahon. You can see there the number 10 bike chasing through. That's Jamie Dunstan aboard the KTM. Let's have a look at the next one here. That's the bike number 15 by the look of it. I reckon that could be the bike of Max Ricks as he gets ready to drop his time on the table. Nice run for Rixie there as he got through. So yeah, as the event is unfolding, we're getting more and more surprise packets in amongst them. Some awesome times, and anywhere in that 4 minute 30, 4 minute 40 region puts you neatly in the top 10. And there's the 59 entry of Kai Austin aboard the Kawasaki. Austin's time looks like it's a 4 minutes 59.86. Next bike to round our viewpoint. That looks like it's the 29 bike of Stefan Garnquist. Garnquist through, completing his 5th outing today. Sit back and watch a little bit of the footage as they creep through. Look at this, another of our bikes there. Looks like that might have been the Jeremy Carpenter bike, I would have thought, as it went through. Let's see if we can pick up a time on that one. Waiting on Carpenter's time. We take nothing away from our lead riders at the moment. Corey McMahon, some super fast times for the DM31 factory KTM team out there. Chandler Burns behind him and Lyndon Snodgrass top 3 for what is the running of Test 5 here this Sunday. That looks like the 82 of Mason Phillips, I reckon, and finishing on the Kawasaki there. And that looks like the 109 there going through. Like the 43 of Thomas Porto going through. So Thomas Porto through on a time of 5 minutes 3.72. .137 down there. That'll be Daniel Kennedy. Great time for Kennedy too. Let's have a look at that. As he drops into, by the look of it, 30th on a time of 5 minutes 10.65. Number 11 there of Jacob Sinclair. We can see him going through. A few of the boys down there discussing what's next on the agenda and rehydrating at the same time. Right next to the mud pit that claimed quite a few yesterday in amongst the racing that we saw. And it was certainly a relatively brutal event. Let's have a look at this. This is not a good sign for one of their bikes. Looks like the 86. That'll be Oscar Harris. Won't be a happy camper there. Obviously some issue with the bike being wheeled back. Solar powered at this stage. That's the 60 entry of Damon Kupitz. Kupitz gets through on a time of 5 minutes 17.73. So even though you might have completed 5 laps, it's your fastest that will be looked at. And that looked like the 20 bike of Jack Kagi. And that's one on the deck. That certainly wasn't what was written in the script. Nice line ridden there. That'll be the Jackson Rossi bike that we saw go through, the 117. What's the time of these two? Let's have a look who's going to take the fastest line through. Great footage there from Grant in the scissor lift. As we see another competitors come through. For the morning this morning. Well, you wouldn't believe the people you bump into. I managed to bump into, believe it or not, this morning, Karen Stevens. Karen, thank you so much for coming in to have a chat with me this morning.
Absolute pleasure.
Karen, as people may or may not be aware, and those on the live stream of the greater world outside of Casterton, you are the mayor for the Glenelg Shire.
That is correct. I'm the very proud mayor of the Glenelg Shire.
And I would say that very proudly too, because I came into the town on Friday with my daughter to be part of the, well, sometimes you class it as a circus because it's like everything comes in for the couple of days and then disappears after it. But it's certainly not that. It's far from that. It's such a well-organised and such an awesome event. But I'll touch on the fact that we came into town on the Friday and we did a bit of a walk through the town and spoke to a handful of people, went into some of the businesses and spoke to some of the owners of stores and things in the area there. And the thing that resonated for me more than anything is that the whole place that Casterton is just such a loving and open group of people, and if that's any reflection of what the Glenelg Shire is, you're a winner.
Absolutely, and you know, I don't say that I'm the proud mayor of Glenelg Shire lightly. It is. Casterton is an amazing community, and it's friendly. The atmosphere is very resilient. I mean, we had a hailstorm 18 months ago, which we're still recovering from.
Absolutely.
But those businesses are really still, pumping and making sure they're providing a service. You'll see all the scaffolding still around.
Well,
yes.
I saw the church down the road.
On the
I think it's
hill.
got the scaffolding on it still, and the slate is being renewed, and it took some time. And we were talking to one of the store owners that was saying that she was in Ballarat at the time, and she was watching the roof caving in on the store. I think it was on the security cameras. She was watching it.
That's right.
And she said it was just horrendous to watch, but what's transpired out of that is that there's a town has networked to become so much closer and so much more connected. But it's a really lovely little area here. It's a hidden gem.
It's a special space, and the landscape is just beautiful. You have committees like the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club that really step out and step well and beyond, and put on a Victorian Championships. Just like that.
100%, and look, and I don't say that lightly myself either, because I'm tied up with so many different motorsport groups. I know how hard it is to operate in that space. And whilst you can also have all of these people that run around, put all this together, they separate themselves from their own families to do those things. Sometimes it's the whole family doing it, right? And they give so much of their time. That investment is incredible from a personnel level to ensure things happen.
It certainly is, and the volunteerism in Casterton, not just with the motorcycle club, but across the board, is very strong. We do. The football netball was played here in Casterton yesterday.
Yeah.
So, there's the canteen, there's the umpires, there's the field people, there's everybody running around doing all sorts of jobs. But, the club itself comes together, and that's a younger club. But the sense of get in and have a go and do it, is across the board, and it's a really valuable thing, and it builds such great capacity in your community.
And the other thing that I'll touch on now too is the fact that you can have all these terrific people and clubs that do things and the part that goes with it, but it's a greater piece than that too. It certainly could not be run without some support from groups like the Glenelg Shire, and it's people like yourself and all of your members that are involved with steering and driving the region under that tutelage of what it is. I kind of look at that and go, between yourself and your cohorts, you obviously have a very decent sort of lens on watching what is required and what do we do to help.
That's right. And look, from my council's perspective, we have a very strong focus and methodology that, leadership is not about dictatorship. Leadership is absolutely about bringing everybody along with you. And we have a really strong community grants process, which, all of these, grassroots community groups can access. But that's one way we can do it, but it's actually building that capacity in the community, which is really important. And you see groups like the Casterton Motorcycle Club, whether it's Shane Foster or Lockie Tyndall, really working together, but what they're doing is also bringing everybody together and building that whole team. It's not just about one person, it's about the whole committee, the whole team of volunteers behind them.
And you've only got to look out in the car park out here. I mean, this place has got a temporary postcode for a handful of days because it's almost like a little town out there.
It is incredible when you drive in and it's just like, okay, am I going to get a park today? No, probably not. Okay, I'll go and park over there. But look, it is incredible. It's a sport. Motorcycle, I have sons, I have grandsons that are all keen on motorbikes. So it's a very lovely sport to have, but to actually take it to this level and to a state level here in Casterton is just quite remarkable.
And Karen, you'd have to be very proud of that because that is that's not done lightly, right?
No, it's not done lightly, and you can see the amount of money that's been poured into infrastructure here, and they tick all the boxes, you know, whether that's compliance or, you know, making sure the experience of the riders is exciting. You know, they tick all those boxes as well, and everything just seems to run so smoothly.
Do you see, Karen, post-event, do you sort of look at the numbers of what the town grew to, what the influx is, what, you know, the economic benefit is to the region for an event like this?
Yeah, and look, this is not the only event.
No, I mean, you've got the Kelpie thing.
The Kelpie Muster, we've just had the Kelpie Muster a couple of weeks ago. So what council will do is we will analyse, you know, the figures that are coming through, and we can have data sets that we can actually predict how many are coming through. So, which is really important to this community group for the Motorcycle Club of Casterton, so that they can go back to their sponsors and say, we had X amount of people here for the event, we had X amount of entrants, but your exposure was this.
Yeah,
you know, so it's really important.
And that knock-on for the town to be able to say, you know, that the wider group of Casterton had an economic influx.
Oh.
It's never 100% accurate. I get that, right? It's indicative, but you know it's a blip because, you know, just like the Kelpie Muster recently, I think it was only 2 weeks ago or something that they did that, the amount of people that come in for that. And that's, you know, those sorts of events don't just sort of happen and become like a stagnated a number. They tend to grow and grow and grow. So the numbers just continue to grow. You know, like
tourism and those events, and this event is very different than the Kelpie event, obviously. But, you know, we had the Casterton Cup, the horse racing recently. So, you know, Casterton has a number of events, but what it does is it brings outside money in, and they're our economic drivers.
Yep.
You know, if I speak to the supermarket manager, she'll tell you what she needs to bring in for this weekend for the motorcycle championships. She knows what she needs to bring in for the Kelpie Muster. It's the highest performing supermarket within their brand in regional Victoria.
Yeah, so that's got to testify to something, right?
Absolutely. And it's just basically the amount of events that we have in our community.
Yeah. So, you know, I really tip my hat to you and all of your councillors, because unless you're forward, you understand and you really get behind events like that, they can flourish, but they can certainly explode with that sort of backing. And not a lot of people realise it's things like, you know, getting roads shut down or signposting things or picking up some of the rubbish in the bins of localities that are going to have an influx of people that are camping or staying or whatever. Those things are hidden in the background, but they're all a council cost and they're all something that needs to happen, and it's because the Shire backs it that those things do happen.
And you're spot on. I mean, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes for this organisation, the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, to put this event on. You know, you actually, unless you organise an event yourself, you don't actually understand the complexities behind it. But look, I think it's really, really important that these events happen, that people get to experience these events and have an opportunity to do that in a safe manner, and that's what this committee provides them.
Karen, I'll probably close off this one by more than anything just thanking you for taking the vision of what needs to be done to support the club here to do what they do here for everybody that competes here over the weekend and or the spectator, whatever the case may be. But more importantly, I do thank you for taking the time to come down and to be at the event and to even come in and have a chat with us. Because for me, there are a lot of people out in the compound that can hear us here that are live at Casterton, and they probably know who you are and they know how that wheel turns, and they're kind of listening to that for, you know, just another lap around the block. But for me also to go out to those that are here that are not locals that get to hear this piece with you, and more importantly probably for our live stream people that can understand what goes on. I can't thank you enough for that, honestly.
It's an absolute pleasure. You know, I'm 100% in support of community events across the board, and you know, not only do they build an enormous amount of capacity for individuals, they build skills for individuals, but they also provide such a fantastic opportunity for people just to have fun.
So It's either you or I that are going to have the job of doing this one. So who is it that actually tells everybody out there, come to Casterton? Is that you or me?
Oh, absolutely, it's me. Look, you've got to come to Casterton. Casterton is the centre of the universe. It's the best place on earth, and I just might happen to live here, but anyway, it is. And I just have a shout out to the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Committee. They're absolutely awesome, 110%, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Good on you. Karen Stevens, ladies and gentlemen, the Mayor of the Glenelg Shire, lovely person, really invested in what goes on in the region here, and again, one of those very important cogs in the wheel that make the gearbox or the machine drive for what we do down here this weekend. And of course, the beautiful part about it is we're watching some of that fantastic vision. We'll let you watch some of that in the background now as we run the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm on behalf of the people that have been our key sponsors this weekend: Limestone Coast Motorcycles, Small Engines and Bikes, and Brandt, the farming group, and of course the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club. Hope you're enjoying the live stream and the action captured down here at our 26 Casterton Sandstorm.
before her time.
Currently on the screen you can see the guys finishing for what would be Test 6 here this weekend on our Pro Expert Sprint track. That's the 60 bike that they're on the chase with from the aerials. Some amazing shots coming out of this lovely location here of looking at the off-road champs and what we're doing here for the Casterton Desert Storm for 2026. Proudly brought to you by the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club here this weekend. Wow, a little bit out of shape there for one of our riders there. I reckon that might have been Tynan Keane. But other than that, things are going along very, very well. Beck, incredible weekend of action we've seen, and today a vast contrast to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was very much heads-up racing, everyone against everybody out there, whereas today it's more of an internal, run against myself, race against the clock for myself.
Yep, absolutely. There's different mindsets clocking in at the start line, which is great to see, but different people shine at different areas of the event too, which is like a salad bowl of... It's perfect for a junior that's coming up and rising to get that experience here in this one place. It's very central. A few hits on the social media, like we're seeing some fantastic footage here on screen for the live stream, but if you are sitting at home on the couch and watching and joining us, make sure you do a scroll and show some love across all of our platforms that's operating this weekend, which is the AEC Australian Enduro Championships. Their socials are popping off.
Of course,
the
that's brought to us by Yamaha, the AEC.
Yep, and the VORC, they've got some great things popping off there. Actually, just on that, there's some incredible footage of Jade and a few of the girls going through some of the trees there that's really technical, showing a lot of love there. It's got like 1,000 likes on it, going a bit viral, our Casterton Sandstorm, which is fantastic.
And of course the Victorian Off-Road Championships here this weekend brought to us by Muir's Concreting, which I believe is round 7 and 8, so yeah,
yep.
Incredible.
Definitely show our Casterton Motorcycle Club Instagram some love, because that is the motorcycle club that is here giving us all the services with the outriders and just putting on such an incredible show. Please show some more love online for us and drop some shout outs that we can share. I've got this one from Chloe Cumming that's watching online earlier, watching from the Hunter Valley, New South Wales, and wanted to say have a great race to Rubright, and we are watching from home, so some support there for that camp online, which is fantastic. And please send them in. Drop a comment on any of the posts, because we're actively strolling them ourselves, and we'd love to share them and put the hype out there.
And Chloe from the Yarra Valley, of course, the Yarra Valley is the renowned location for the Simmons family, who come out of that area there.
Yep.
And big shout out to the Simmons family. They wonderful bunch of guys and girls. Used to love having those connections with them every year. They come up to Hatter as well. So thoughts are down there with those teams and things that are going on there with Mason. With Meso Offshore and all going nicely. Hey, quick update on the times for our Test 6 here this weekend for round 6 of the WR450 track tests. In the 6th outing, looks like yet again Corey McMahon strikes the fastest lap on a 4:33 by the look of a 0.86. That's around about 3, maybe 5 seconds off pace earlier. He was well under the 4:30 mark there. Will Rupert, he went through on a 4:39.25. Jai Dixon copped this. The 28-rider Jai Dixon goes through on a 4:40.38, just ahead of Lyndon Snodgrass by 0.367 of a second. Snodgrass dropped a 4:40.748. And rounding out the top 5, Chandler Burns copped that. Chandler Burns in front of Max Purvis in that round. He dropped a 4:40.961 and Max Purvis a 4:41.43. So, things are still unwinding as the day grows through. But 6 laps of that event out there, as we've seen for juniors and our clubby guys as well. It's a pretty solid day's work out there as well to run those laps, because the footage that we're seeing on screen here, from not just in the compound here where we can see it from a floor level, but some of that drone footage that Luke's been providing us shows how rough it is in some areas out there, and some of the guys that have dropped bikes or whatever in some of those turns because it's rutted and it's really developed into being a...
Dare we say cross-rutted? It's crossing up, isn't it?
100%. You know, like it's not just rutted, but we've got deep sand and all those factors that are starting to develop.
This corner alone that this rider's just gone through, there's whoops within the turn, so it's not just a big swooping turn or hard packed like you might see at your Fink or your Hatters, and it's smooth and it's just a giant turn. There's whoops within the turn itself, so that's just like here.
And incredible if we're watching what's been going on here with some of the front runners when the cameras have been grabbing footage from them. The guys are using the strategy of keeping the ground speed up as fast as you can to run over the tops of them and not down into the deep gullies and the like. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing.
To actually see some of the footage today, it's fantastic. I've been on the ground, though. I've been picking up some patterns that are happening trackside, especially the riders are talking about keeping their bodies warm. It's very important, especially earlier this morning. Not so much now, but it's still cool. A lot of the factory riders, you can probably see up on the start line here. You've got some jumpers on the trees on the ground. They've been lining up, taking their jumpers across and dropping them at the start line, because obviously they're trying to maintain their muscle heat in there to get, you know, a really fresh start and straight into it. Because if you do start to cool off, your muscles seize up. That's just a factor of our human bodies and what they're made to do and regulate our body temperature.
Watching down there just then, looks like the 45 of Mason Boucher through. That's the 24 entry of, I reckon that is Matthew Jordan that's come through. This one here.
That'd be Rachel Archer. Yeah. She's a machine out there. She is a new mum. Like, she has a baby at home, 9 weeks. That's incredible to me.
And she hasn't slowed down, like Dead Set. She's probably had a bit of time off the bike, so it's a small hiatus there. But she's come back with a vengeance. And listening to the interview that you had with her earlier, you can just tell that, you know, she's gone back to ride because she wants and she likes to ride. But her mindset has already switched to pure competition, of where she's heading next and what she needs to do to develop into that next layer. And she has lost nothing in speed in that time down, let me tell you.
And that comes back to her portfolio, I suppose. And there's a lot of portfolio riders out here, both that have already been set and they've got that portfolio, but another that's been, you know, coming along too. You can just see it ahead of them. The futures here are really big and really bright. A bit of dirt getting flicked up onto our drone there, doing awesome footage. It's really great to see from the sky.
Still a handful of riders to complete what would be, I think, you know, the better part of about maybe, I think it'd be another 50 odd bikes, maybe a bit less, that we need to see on that Pro Expert Sprint circuit to complete what would be the running of Test 6 here this afternoon, this morning.
Got another shout out here from Carlos, watching from Brisbane, showing massive support for 401 Chase Western, which is fantastic. Keep them coming through. We want to pass them out. The riders actually get to hear them because it gets broadcasted through our arena here as well and trackside. So fantastic. Shout out to the 401 Chase Western.
Well, the 47 there, that was Lachlan Bulk getting ready to vacate the premise. As we watch the 21 of Jalen Lesio come through and complete his lap to clock off lap number 6. That's the 155 there of
Can I have all juniors to the start line, please?
the 134 there. Soon to get away. That's the Thomas Giffen bike. Well, there's the 131 finishing there, and that, of course, is the the 63 going through now. That is the bike. Let's have a look here of Lucas Kemp. Kemp finished, let's have a look at his time. A time of 5 minutes 44.94. Just a continual chain. And for those watching the live stream here today, what you're seeing right here is what's transpiring for our Pro Expert Sprint classes. The exact replica of what's going on here is happening on the track off to the right-hand side of this one for the junior sprints. Mm-hmm. And believe it or not, above that track, there's another circuit beyond that, which is doing exactly the same thing, loading up groups of riders, going out for their sprints, collating times out and in, and then coming back, massing and going in for our clubmen support classes as well. So 3 separate operations running at once. So again, you can imagine, Beck, the manpower involved with one, facilitating all of this and operating it, and how you set the tracks up and all those factors that go with it, because there's a lot of the track that we used yesterday that we don't use today, right?
Yeah, it had to be reshaped by some of the committee members too.
A lot of logistics last night, late in the afternoon yesterday and last night, and then again early this morning. And then if I talk about not 1 but 3 fully functional operations as such, you now need the manning and the resourcing to keep that running and keep it in control. So that will give you a scope of how many outriders, how many officials and volunteers are out and about doing what they need to do to make this operate the way it needs to.
Yep. Big project. And they're handling it, making it look easy, aren't they? They really are.
Oh, you'll take your hat to him. Charlie Conroy, that was before earlier, waiting to get away. There's a 764. Getting away there. That'd be Shailene Kuhn as she gets off and heads away to drop her 6th one down. That looks like that might have been the 150 of Toby Zodlowski. Completion of the 6th for him, 47. That'll be the Lachlan Bulk bike completing. Watch Lockie as he comes through. Nice bit of work. It looks like it might have been the 155 of Ned O'Hara.
Speaking to Ned O'Hara's father earlier, as he stopped by the comms box just outside, and we were having a conversation about how, you know, this property would have been very waterlogged back in, you know, before even we were here. It gives like a different look. It's nearly prehistoric. It's like it's from a different age. Like it's got, with the bracken and the trees and the different soil. It's just amazing, isn't it? And they've travelled to be here this weekend, and they just think it's brilliant here.
Oh, it's a very picturesque area, that's for sure.
Yep.
I'm sure everybody that's turned up this weekend to compete here has been very, very happy as we watch Kyle Leach now in the 64 come home. Very happy that they've had a very solid weekend of competition.
Yep.
Kind of is almost like a love-hate relationship, right? You know, you come here, you love the event, and it sends you home battered and bruised and sometimes broken and parts broken and the rest of it. And people think you're off your dial because you come back to me and you say, I went away and all that happened and I loved it and I'm going back to do it again. It's like, you'll be joking, don't you?
Absolutely.
I mean, if you got knocked out in the main street somewhere in a pub brawl or whatever, you wouldn't go back into the pub again. But here we just tend to come back and do it again and again. The 177 there that got through, that was the bike of Liam Glover. Finished for him. And that looks like it might be the 164. Bit hard to pick that one.
On board with one of our many valued outriders. Just watching that sag just bounce around in those ruts there just shows you how bumpy and how alert you have to be the whole way around that track and lap at that high speed. It's pretty incredible.
I reckon that's a 739, is it? Of Nellie Fox going through. Another of our lady competitors in class, Beck, that is growing and growing all the time, our females class. That's Lewis Arrowsmith finishing up on bike number 40 in the 616. Going through there, that'll be Monique Simeone in our women's class.
They're doing well out there, them women. Everywhere around the racetrack too.
158 going through, that's Christian Heap. Completion of his 6th lap. We've certainly seen some pretty breathtaking things across the 2 days. And again, you know, in my discussion that I had with Karen Stevens, who's the Glenelg Shire Mayor, we were very keen in explaining to everybody that whilst you can watch it live on the broadcast here, on the online program that we're sending out, you really need to get to Casterton.
Yeah,
you really
I said
need
the same
come
to
and have a look.
Jody. Hopefully there's people watching out there that actually see the calibre that's being offered here, and whether it be a junior or a big wheel or whoever you are, to try and come to this event to see, come for the endurance, but also come for the sprint the next day, and also come for the next layer of atmosphere that's of an evening that you can wind down, have a relax. It's a common theme that's come through a lot of the interviews today, is they're just so happy with this place, so add it to your race calendar.
It was really great, Beck, because on the Friday night we had the it's a little bit more family.
See the
oriented.
atmosphere, the serenity. Look at him, give us a wave if you can.
No, we didn't stay on that long enough.
Moto mums, they offer massages here.
And they don't hear us at times somewhere out in those outlying areas too. But the Friday night we had the entertainment that was put on via the tyre throw. Jess and the team did that with Midas and all the bits that went with it. A lot of giveaways, a lot of showy bags and stuff that were handed out.
And that's there for when people just arrive. Either they arrive early because they've taken the day off work to get here, or there's even people from Western Australia here. I had spoke to earlier, a couple of boys off the line there who are heading home to go to re-prep and then head back for Hatta. So they've chosen to do this one and then back home and then come back again. So that's dedication if I've ever seen it.
100%. So we did that. There's another Moto mums. Look at that.
Yep,
all the
on
film
the photos.
Give us a wave if you can hear us. They probably can't. And then obviously last night, the cross-rutted
Moto show entertainment.
Moto show, and that was the, I suppose it was a preempted throw out to what will be coming over a period of time. And that was another, like last night was a fantastic family environment as well.
We've got some, if we can turn to the camera in the box here, we've got a tussle out the side here. We've got some clubbies coming in. Come in. Come on. Tyndall's found a victim.
Who's going to interview this victim? That'd be me. Come on, Glenn. Have a seat. So yeah, it's been unreal. Glenn, welcome to the broadcast, mate.
Hey, thank you. Nice to have a quiet minute after yesterday's mayhem.
But you know the best part about sitting here and doing this? Tyndall's got to go and get you a drink and get you something to eat. There you go. So, is that how it works or what?
That'll do.
You probably haven't had anything to eat today.
No, we're right today. We've had a bit of time up our sleeve. It's been all right.
Because, mate, I know yesterday when I spoke to you, I think you had breakfast at about 5 in the morning and you had nothing to eat till about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm just making sure we're looking after you, right?
Yeah, no, we're under the pump yesterday. We hauled a few in, so yeah.
So mate, let's have a quick chat about yesterday as a first part. Like, yesterday was a pretty good day. A lot that had to be done to prepare the track for what it was yesterday, and that side curve ball, Mother Nature just dropped more and more rain to the point where it got pretty bad out there. So many bikes had to be recovered, and you were one of those recovery crews, and mate, you were just going all day, weren't you?
Yeah, no, we had a busy day. It's bringing the kids in is hard work. It's you don't like seeing them; they just want to ride. I don't know. You don't have too much of a conscience pulling the seniors in, but the kids are here. They want to ride. They just want to go.
And the other thing too, mate, is when you do that, some of those kids are pretty upset about the fact that you're bringing your bike in. So you kind of got the job of bringing it in physically as well as consoling them a little and saying, look, it's okay, it's no dramas, mate. It is what it is, right? Like there's a bit of that in the background too, isn't there?
Yeah, it is. It's always nice to have a talk to kids on the way back in, see where they come from, do a bit of racing and that, and they're all well mannered. They appreciate what you're doing, but it's just part of the job.
And then, just out of that, roughly how many bikes did you recover yesterday?
I dragged 19 in yesterday, and the other fellas out there, Dukes and Sparrow, they would have hauled a few in. So
and whether it was a similar number or not, it still wasn't very little. It was still quite a number of bikes, right?
Yeah, it takes time, and you rely on your sweep riders and that. We've got to find them, they find them, and then we've got to get to them. And that, we've got a series of tracks out there and markers just to make our job easier to find them for injured riders, broken down riders, and to get them out.
And then last night, obviously, when everything let's just say, went off the boil here from competition yesterday, you guys were still burning the midnight oil to get tracks changed over and things altered. And, you know, as much as you could always stick to the game plan and go, let's just go with the track we had mapped out for yesterday for today, when you start looking at some of those spots that were pretty gnarly and like almost a quagmire in some spots, you know, you guys made the decision that you would make some alternate changes, and that just adds or compounds to the amount of work you got to do overnight just to prep it for these guys in the morning.
Yeah, you got to, you know, we got to make the most of the situation. You know, we had some spots we had to cut out, obviously, because we couldn't ride through it, and you couldn't expect the kids and that to ride through it again today. So yeah, you sort of make decisions on the move. You can do so much, and then, you know, it's dark, and then you got to wait for a bit of daylight to tidy it up this morning to make sure we've got it right. Like plans we had last night changed again this morning, you know, and you just got to make decisions on the fly.
And you got that in one, because that was going to be the next piece I was going to talk to. You know, as much as you think you got it in the bag the night before, something happens overnight, and when the light comes up in the morning, you get to look at it and go, yeah, no, we can't do that. So all of a sudden there's more changes you make in the morning. So that meant you went to bed late, you got up really early, and you probably had hardly anything in between. But it's the aura of this event that just charges you on, because then you watch it run today and you know that was you guys that set that up and did that, right?
Yeah, it's, you know, there's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. We've spent, you know, all week out here, and then, you know, once everybody's gone home today, we've got to start packing it up, and that doesn't finish tonight either. It drags out into next week, but it, you know, we'll be sitting down with a beer and a pizza later on when we're all finished, and you think, geez, that was fun. You bug it, but it'll be right. Yeah.
And look, I think if nothing else, you know, what you provide as a group of people in this you know, Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, what you provide to the calendar with the Victorian Off-Road Rounds and the AEC as well, that just shows that you guys are at that level, right? You're at that level where you can provide great competitive tracks and a great event that can hold those types of titles or rounds of those titles. That's not simple. That's quite complex, and it's quite demanding, because you've got to deliver that, you know. But you guys do it in spades. You deliver it in just a quantum amount. It's incredible to watch it unfold and operate over the weekend. So, mate, I dead set tip my hat to you and all of the guys wearing that colour jacket and that blue one that the bloke over here is wearing, and all the other factors that go with it, because it's not easy to do, right?
No. It starts planning. Our next meeting, we'll have a bit of a debrief. We'll write down a list of things that we think we can improve, other things we probably should try and do different, and then the planning starts from there on in.
Mate, if I know Lockie Tyndall, he'll be starting the debrief with the pizza tonight.
Yeah. You have a talk and that sort of thing, and then we'll get to a formal meeting and write it all down and that. And everybody's sort of, we've done enough of them now. Everybody's knows their strengths and weaknesses, and we'll work on this, and other people will work on these bits, and that, and it just, when everybody works together as a group, and you can build on something which we have over the years, to get to where we are today, and next year hopefully it's bigger, better, easier.
So I'll try to ask you 3 questions that I will give you some time to think about, all right? Just a little bit of time. What was the most, in all of the Casterton Sandstorms you've been involved with, what's been the most demanding one ever? Because there's something you can remember that literally drained you to the nth degree. What would that have been? The rain out event, or? Oh
yeah, probably the rain out. Yeah, probably hadn't. Yeah, that was because it was raining. We were still pulling bog holes out, and even just the last 2 years at home, like even while we're down here, it's been dry. We've been trying to feed sheep, cattle, as well as get this show on the road. But definitely track wise, probably the rain out when it was. Yeah, when it was wet, we were out there. There was out that back swamp. There would have been probably 15, 20 blokes there. Up to our knees. You couldn't walk the suction, the mud, and we earned it that night.
And the next one is, what's that feeling when you actually pull off the event for the year and you go, we put it in the bag, and everyone walks around raving about it? I mean, how does that feel for you, for the part that you give?
Oh, it's good. You get a lot of enjoyment out of it, and this is just an over and rain club day. Like, you go to a club day of ours, we have a lot of people turn up. I look after the kids there. It's good. They just want to ride. People go out, and then you see the feedback. It's great. Like, you get feedback from the event. you know, the toilets, the job like Bettina does, and that sort of thing. It's, you know, yeah, it just, don't know, it just gives you a bit of pride that you've, you know, represented the club, the town, the area, and all those other people that come in to help, the volunteers, you know, people we probably don't see a lot of during the year, but they turn up to this big event to pitch in and help out. Yeah.
If I can ask you the last question, what would be, if I gave you the ultimate pen to write something down that you would want for the event, or you want the event to develop to, or and whatever it is you wrote basically just happened, what would that be for this event?
Oh,
take your time to think about it.
Don't know. Couldn't.
More people like you to help, or?
Oh, you're always probably looking for volunteers, you know, like people to step up and help. We use a few community groups and that sort of thing. And yeah, I suppose it's, you know, people seem time poor nowadays. Everybody's got plenty to do, and that. But yeah, couldn't probably put it down to a specific thing. It's just, you know, people turn up, we all work together as a team and get it done. There's, you know, every year we work out better ways to do things and easier ways to do things and to make the job easier and quicker. Yeah, you know, Mother Nature's got to play its part. You know, that throws a curveball like it has, you know, on like Friday with that bit of rain and even yesterday. And
But would it be?
Probably. Oh well, you could. Yeah, I was just talking to Shane Foster there before. He's like collars on the bikes. They go outside the button. They cut out. That'll sort them out. So,
because that one's one that's really hard to police, right?
Yeah, they're reeling plenty of numbers off there today on the pro track, you know. But probably just volunteers, I suppose. It just helps, you know, the bigger crew. More spectators, I suppose, as well. Be another thing. Get a crowd here. Like last year, we were lucky. We had, I think Shane might have touched on it last night. We had the sponsors for the footy club out here as well as our own sponsors show, and they loved it. You know, it was great. And we stood on the dam bank there last year when they started, and like I said to someone there, I said we just might have turned this into a spectator sport around here. Well, it was great.
You kind of cut a piece of a triangle out of my cake, because my cake was going to be about bringing more people back here to see this event. As much as you can see it on the screen and what we're portraying and all the bits that go with it, you don't see what this event is really like until you're here. And it's just incredible to watch it unfold, and the amount of work and organisation, the people, and the things that just click and work in the background. And then beyond that fence, we have the competition piece where you've got all these guys competing at this level. The amount of riders and competitors you've had this year is the biggest number that you've ever had. So that only tells me that it's getting more and more successful. So people just need to come to Casterton. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and you know, it's out here. It's fully catered. Like, you can turn up here, as long as you've got somewhere to sleep. You can have breakfast, lunch, and tea. You know, no worries. Bring a couple of frothies with you, and you're all right. There's plenty of wood. Yeah,
and that's and that honestly is like that family involvement, family orientated or culture of what this Casterton event's about. You can see that it just echoes and rings through the whole place, like just watching them all camping and doing their own thing. Like, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
Like, so you just got to get to Casterton. You've got to see it. You've got to be part of it.
Yeah, and you know, you get the kids out here, and they're the future. Like, you know, and you got to keep the kids riding. They've got to enjoy it. And you get a lot out of it, you know, and those kids get keen, and then they're nagging mum and dad, we want a bike, you know, no worries. Next thing they turn up a club day, or they join the Vic Off Roads or whatever, and they're doing series next, you know, just to watch it grows, really good. Yeah, it's something different, you know. There's a lot of mainstream sports. There's not a lot of mainstream sport around here: footy, cricket, netball, basketball, and then this is something different, and it's a national event in Casterton.
Well, mate, it's an absolute honour, dead set, to shake your hand and thank you for everything you do, along with everybody else, to make this place run. Like, it is phenomenal, and there won't be enough words to embellish what goes on in this place. Like, it's just incredible. And I'm going to be advocating people just come back and watch this thing live, because you need to be here, dead set. Thank you again for your time and having a chance to chat. It's not easy to do this. Anybody thinks it is, they can come and sit in that chair as well and have a crack, can't they?
I'm out of my zone, well and truly.
But you've given us a bloody good insight as to what this is about, so I can't thank you enough for that.
No worries, thank you. Thanks for coming down and helping showcase our event to, you know, everyone.
So
we've had a great time. Hope you people have enjoyed yourselves too.
Mate, outstanding. Dead set, outstanding it has been. And look, I can't stress it enough that people just need to come and have a look at this place. And again, you know, another one of those tireless workers that puts together an event and just makes sure that it happens the way it does. We've had some incredible people we've spoken to over the last 2 days and had some lovely insights as to what's going on here, and it's just part of the fabric that makes the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm event here this weekend.
Down here with Kyle Leach. He's just shaping up for his sprints. Tell me, how have you gone with your sprints today?
Oh, I shredded a tyre on the first lap. It's not very good, yeah. Just been getting through.
Yeah, right. Walk us through that. What happened to the tyre? What was the situation that went down on track?
It just exploded and then I almost crashed heaps and wasn't very good. Got a bit wobbly out there.
Yep. Was there a cause for that?
I'm not sure. I have no clue. Yeah.
Just pinned it to get home.
Yeah, just survived. Yeah.
Yeah, righto. So we've had a tyre change. We're back fresh, ready to go. Did you remember that section or where that had happened and you felt like it had happened that you're going to try and avoid and take a different route there?
No, I saw the whole track. It just sort of started getting really bad and I didn't know what was happening and then looked at the end and
Yeah, it is getting really different out there. I've had a bit of, watching the live stream in the box there, and there's definitely bigger ruts forming. There's a huge hole sort of just as everyone's dipping in under that finish line there. You can see them really bog out. So look, I hope that doesn't happen to you, and I hope you get a really smooth line out there and you set your PB. So yeah, do you have any sponsors that you would like to shout out this weekend?
Yeah, Christensen's Motorcycles. Trav helps me out a lot, and Monza Imports and Midas Tyres.
Fantastic, awesome. Thank you so much for your time and the precious time that you've got your nerves going on and shaping up for a sprint. So get into it and best of luck.
No worries, thank you.
Also, thanks for making the trip. All right, we'll tap a few more people on the shoulder around here. G'day, how you on? Can I have a chat with you? How are you? Name?
Matthew.
Oh, Matthew. What's your last name, Matthew?
Shawcross.
Shawcross. Whereabouts have you travelled from, or are you local?
We're from WA.
Oh, but wow, another WA. Awesome. So that's been a long trip. Are you heading to Hatta soon?
Yeah, we're going to Hatta.
And going home in between?
Yeah, we fly home.
Yeah, beautiful. Tell me, how have your sprints gone for the whole of today? Have you been consistent? Has it been a favourable performance for you? Or, walk us through how it's been today.
Yeah, it's been going alright. First couple went good, but then just started slowing down a bit, having a few crashes. But like the sand, like back at home, but yeah, it's going alright.
Is it similar to home in some aspects or not at all?
The sand definitely, but it's definitely deeper over here. At home it's not this deep, but yeah, WA's full of sand.
Yep. Are you finding different sections are running out or, dipping in a lot worse than others? Or, have you noticed a real change lap by lap?
Yeah, every lap it's getting a lot deeper, especially out when you're getting out towards the back, the whoops are just getting crazy out there.
Yeah, beautiful. Righto, well, I'll wrap up with your sponsors, and obviously you've got a team behind you that are backing you, and probably some people watching from home in WA, so shout out WA and anyone that you think would be watching at home. Let us know who's supporting you, a shout out online and some of your sponsors.
Yeah, Mum, obviously Dad, Scott and Casey from Southwest Yamaha, Tom Creed, Underclass, let me have a read.
You're right, we'll have a pan to the bike.
Diesel.
Yep.
Yeah, that's about it.
She's a neat looking bike. What do you like about this?
Everything, honestly.
Yeah,
Can't beat it.
Yeah, beautiful. Awesome. Saying you'll run this same bike for Hatta?
Yeah, same bike.
Righto, I'll let you go and get organised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Neat looking rig there. Getting ready to go, 94A. We'll pick on this fella here. No, we won't really pick on anyone here. It's actually a really lovely environment, isn't it? You liking Casterton?
Yeah, I love it so much. It's so good. Everyone's so nice and helping. Yeah, it's great.
This is probably a call out to your mates. Like, you just need to get trackside. Come support me at the track. Like, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a great track.
We had a volunteer in the box before, and he had spoke about how, we want more spectators here. Imagine the atmosphere of like coming for a free camp, you get free firewood. Like, wouldn't that be so good for the riding atmosphere for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. It'd get more exposure for all of us too, and maybe even a few companies come help all the riders out too. It's great.
How impressive is the factory teams? Are you part of a team this weekend?
Oh, not really. Just got a few mates helping us out really, but yeah, it is pretty good looking, all the cool factory boys and all their trick stuff.
Yeah, the kids are real into it. They've been getting signatures and autographs and things like that. But anyway, aside from that, how's your performance been today?
Yeah, alright. Up and down a little bit. Struggling with my hands, but doing alright.
Oh, so hands are an issue, like a common issue for you?
Yeah, a little bit with the bumps and stuff. I hit my hand a few weeks ago, so I'm dealing with a few sore, injured fingers, but it's not too bad.
Do you have to do anything under your gloves and things to like wrap them or anything, or are you just mindful of it?
For yesterday I put tape on them so for the blisters and stuff, but no, not really, just try and manage the pain kind of thing.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, look, I hope you go out there and rip a PB. Like, that would be sick. Go out there, do your best. There's obviously, you mentioned mates before and a crew here that's supporting you. Can you give them a shout out and any sponsors that are backing you this weekend?
Off the top of my head, MotoGC, Full Ball Racing, Bridgestone Tyres, and everyone else who's helped me out, just thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. And just one last thing, can you just restate your name and where you're from?
Toby, and I'm from Victoria down
And can we find you on Instagram or, your ride, keep up with your, agenda and what you're up to?
I think it's just toby.sid, SZYD, on Instagram and Facebook.
Awesome. Jump on there, drop a comment, drop a follow. Show him some support because we want more support here. Thank you.
My name's Tom Giffen.
Tom Giffen?
That's right.
Whereabouts are you from, Tom?
I'm from Aspendale.
Beautiful. And name and where you're from?
Trent Putty, and I'm from Melbourne.
I've seen Putty get around the junior circuit, is that correct?
Yeah, I was getting around the junior circuit a few years ago now. I think my last year in juniors was 2016.
Yeah, well, righto. So a bit of a throwback back, but some people out there might recognise that name if it's been a regular, hop around the circuit and things. How have you both been? Is there a bit of banging handlebars here with who's getting the best time and, what did you get? Let's have a bit of a look. Let's have our own.
That's exactly what we're talking about as you pulled over, but I'm just the old guy that's getting slower and he's the young dog that wants to try to snap on me heels. And my exact comment was, I'm having enough trouble out there to be worrying about him up behind me, so if he wants to take the lead, I'm all for it.
Have you got any, let's come at it as a bit of a Deegan Lawrence, let's do our own little Casterton throwdown. What's your Deegan words here that you're going to throw down before he takes his sprint?
Well, Big Tommy's going to have to catch Deegan before we need to throw down. He almost got me in the last sprint there, so I'll might have to wick things up a bit now that I've pissed him off like that, and we'll see how we go.
Might have to whip up a t-shirt with a couple of different slogans on here for Tommy, getting his head.
He's got all the gear, I've got the idea, but look at him on all the fruit. I'm just going straight for that front corner there. See what he likes it on the dirt.
Look, you both have a bit of a crew going on. We have got a bit of stickers going on here. Can you tell us who's here in your crew, who's your team, who's backing you, who's in your corner?
My wife let me to come out. The only reason I can come and race is because I can put this in the calendar 6 months in advance. But thankfully she's holding down the fort while the kids go and play footy, and I come and make my tail wag out here like an old man.
Fantastic. Can you give the kids a shout out too?
Absolutely. Noah, Darcy and Riley. I love you guys, and I'll see you in a minute.
Fantastic. Dad's out here holding the fort. You watch him, he's going to show the young dogs how to do it. Who have we got on your team?
I'm pretty thankful to be racing for Carbide Race Team. We're lucky enough to be sponsored by Peter Stevens, We Are Lusty, Troy Lee Designs, Cruise Tune Suspension, Maxxis Tyres, and all of our other team sponsors. They make it as easy as they possibly can for us.
We Are Lusty are really popping off on the socials. Tell us just before I'll let you go and just get this battle under control. Tommy's already set. Have a go. He's locked in. He's loaded. I'll catch you after. Actually, let's throw down after.
I'll come down afterwards.
Thank you. just bumped into Olivia Tyndall. Olivia, you've just jumped off your sprints, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how did you go?
I went pretty good. I had one stack and yeah.
Picked it back up again. You went and got back up and kept moving.
Yeah, I kept. I tried to get past this other the guy that was in front of me, but I just couldn't get up to him.
That's all right. You remain consistent and you finished, and that's the main thing, isn't it? Have you had some good sprints, though? Have you felt like you've put in some good ones today?
Yeah, my first two were pretty good, and then my other two were just a bit not really good.
Yeah, that's all right. We all can't have the exact time, can we, every time? But it's important that we get out there and have a go with even with the mindset of going, you know what, even if I do just a little bit better, that'd be good. But even if I finish, that's even better, isn't it? Are you still proud of yourself?
Yeah, I'm really proud.
As a little girl in motorsport, there'd be probably a little girl out there that would want to be just like you. Can you give them a message?
Just try your hardest, never give up, and keep going.
Good girl. And what got you into motorbikes?
Well, my brothers rode, and I just thought I might start, and yeah, that's how I started.
You know what else? I've heard from your brothers and from part of your family, you like to keep up and try and challenge your brothers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go after them and they train you, so you use them as your training mechanism to just go after them, and if I can beat them, even better.
Yeah.
Have you bet them yet?
No.
You'll get there someday. Just keep pushing, all right?
Yeah.
You'll definitely do it on a bike like this. Have a look at her bike. She's got some sprinkles. She's got some ice cream. Did you choose these yourself?
My dad mentioned them to me, and I was like, I need them on my bike.
Very good. They're very, very awesome looking. That's fantastic. Have you got any sponsors and things or people that you need to say thank you for or to this weekend?
What brothers?
or your family?
Mum and Dad for always bringing me to these events.
Yes.
I really enjoy it.
Yep. Very good. Awesome. Thank you so much for stopping by and coming to chat with us. She's been a regular out there and just ripping into it. So all the best. Have you got one more to do today, or is that them finished?
Yeah, we just got one more to do and then we're done.
I hope it's your personal best out there. Thank you for your time. See you later. Just one of many of the little fellas getting out here and little girls out here, which is just so awesome to see. I just love to see juniors in our motorsport category taking on a track very similar, but in their own time and running their own schedule, which is really important.
Thanks for that, Beck. We'll move on to try and grab some times for round 6 WR450 track test 7 here this weekend. And again, if we look at the numbers for number 7, again, Corey McMahon, top of the heap this time round, a 4:33.607. Second fastest was the bike, number 4 of Will Ruprecht, on a 4:35.61. Third fastest, Jai Dixon on a 4:38.30. Fourth fastest, Lyndon Snodgrass, a 4:39.79. Max Purvis rounds up the top 5 on a 4:40.88. Cooper Scheidau next in 6th position with a time of 4:47.5. Seventh fastest, bike number 6, Kogan Locke, a 4:47.77. 0.270 in arrears. Bike number 8, Oliver Paterno. Oliver skated through on a 4:50.658. And ninth fastest was Jeremy Carpenter on a time of 4 minutes 53.01. And around out the top 10, it is the bike of Chandler Burns. And Burnsy's time of 4:53.32. So that's how we saw them in the running of test number 7. And I believe there's one more test to run for our all of our riders in our Pro Expert sprint track classes today. Rightio, a little bit of a comp going on between two riders out here today in the last heat. I believe in the last would have been test number 7. So the times for test number 7. Bike number 134, which was the bike belonging to the Giffen boys. Let's have a look here. So Thomas Giffen, your time of 5 minutes 50.877. And the time for bike number 62, which was the entry belonging to Trent Putty. Trent Putty, time of 5:49.75. So the faster of the two times going to the 62 bike of Putty. So Putty got the clip over the top by just under a second.
Putty's out here, he's taking the win between the banter. How does it feel, Putty?
Oh man, I can't complain with it. It's always good to get one back on someone who's been beating you for years and years. Always throwing down the chirp, so it's nice to be able to peg one back on him once every now and a while.
The chirp has is it going to be back?
Look, I'll take that as a compliment. For a fella that's only raced twice this year, I'm pretty happy to be in the game, to be honest with you, mate. But no, thanks for sticking a camera in my face. You're making me blush. And it's always good to be at the races. I miss it. We've got such a good community down here. Like, I might see Trent once a year, but every time you just pick up where you left off and have a laugh and a giggle and remember what we come down here for, the right reasons.
Absolutely, and you just link up and have a bit of banter. It's what keeps it interesting, and it's the people that you meet, isn't it? Like, it's the camaraderie, it's the banter, it's just being trackside and having that fun, isn't it? Like, it's unreal. And you guys meeting up a couple of times a year, like, it's pretty special to have that relationship with someone that's in your community, hey?
Certainly, no, you hit the nail on the head. It's the older I get, the more I like to keep things simple and good people riding bikes. Life's good.
I also reckon you'd get him next heat if we had one more. I reckon you'd rip out there, and I reckon you'd swipe him up because there wasn't much time between.
Have we got one more to go?
I know you might do.
I'll have a dip.
Let's do it then. Let's you hear it. The chirp's not over. Let's do it. Just tapping back into We Are Lusty though. We actually had a bit too long of a chat. We were getting too involved, and then you were a bit late, nearly to the start line. So tell us, We Are Lusty.
Yeah, so we jumped on board with the We Are Lusty group this year, Lusty Industries, and they've been fabulous to us, supporting us with all the best products on the market, giving us the best air filters on the market, and all the best gear and products to make our whole team's racing life as simple as it can be.
Absolutely. I've also got a really good social media presence at the moment that platform you guys and what you do at a racetrack and what you're up to. So that's got to be good to have that in your corner along with all of your other sponsors.
Yeah, it is. And they're really supportive, especially with that social media presence. We get a little bit of screen time with the Lusty crew. And they're really supportive of the small guys. They're not just in it for the big picture and the guys that are running in that top 5. They really do love to support the smaller guys that are running in that top 20, top 30 and lower. And yeah, I can't thank them enough for all the support that they've given the team and all of our riders this year.
Yep, absolutely. They definitely have that aura about them that they're there for the long haul for you guys and for showcasing wherever you want to go with your sport and how far you want to drive it.
Absolutely, and they're so much lifestyle orientated as much as they are their racing orientation. Like I talked to one of our reps that we have, Simone, and we have more of a conversation on what we're doing outside of racing than we do about what we're doing at races, because they are such a family brand and they are invested in everyone's lifestyle as well as their racing. They want everyone to be happy and supporting them whilst they're supporting us. Yeah, and they are, it is just a big family.
Yep. It is. Motorsport often has that underlying tone of family and that network, and it's so needed in our sport, and to have other people that feel like family like that, it's just so important to have in your corner. So thanks so much for your time and your dedication. Especially shout out to We Are Lusty. They're doing awesome. It's noticeable and it's noting. So yeah, it's brilliant to see, and we hope it continues for our sport, because it's definitely, they've earned their spot and they need to keep it there.
Absolutely, they have. Yeah, and like I said, they're super supportive of us and everyone else that's collaborating with them.
Yep.
They couldn't be more supportive to any of us. So yeah, massive shout out to those guys, and also a massive shout out to everyone else that helps the Carbide race team. Yeah, our support is next level. I couldn't thank anyone enough.
Hopefully you might even see We Are Lusty here for that spectator sign side of Casterton. That would be pretty cool, like to collab, that'd be awesome. Yeah. So yeah, shout out. Thank you so much, and if anyone's out there watching the live stream, definitely jump on their socials, We Are Lusty. Where can we find your socials at?
We've got social media on Instagram, Facebook, which is if you just type in Carbide Race Team, we'll be the first ones to pop up. And all of our social medias are linked to that. And if you type in Trent Putty, all my social media will pop up as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks so much for your time, Putty, and I'll let you get back to your pit and chill out and go again. Thank you. Thank you, and back to commentary.
Rightio, it looks like we've almost got a completion for lap 7, all accounted for, all 96 bikes, and we'll be away very, very shortly on what would be the Sunday round 6 WR450 track test 8, where we'll manage to send the bikes off and get them underway. I believe Corey McMahon has already left, or will be leaving very shortly. Will Rupright has gone, so too is Lyndon Snodgrass. He's on the way for test 8 here today. Maximus Purvis away. Next away, well, it will be 5th bike. Chandler Burns. There's the next one, Jai Dixon away. So currently 6 out on their last track test today. Kogan Lock away on bike number 6. Next bike to be released will be 7th, 8th bike on the road will be Max Midwinter. Next away, Cooper Shidow. That'll be the 9th bike out. And to round up the 10, Jeremy Carpenter. Will McGuinness away. As we watch some of that fantastic footage now coming to you live from the inner sanctum here of the 2026 Casterton Sandstorm, as we watch some of the bikes being chased on our Pro Expert sprint track. And keeping our eyes peeled for the first of the bikes, it'll be Corey McMahon. We'll be looking for bike number 153, the KDM out of the DM, Daniel Milner 31 KDM factory race team. Small moment of silence in that shot right there until it's broken by this bike going through, one of the KTMs competing here this weekend. That's the 211 bike of Caden Strode. The 29 there of Stefan Garnquist. Luke Chalice, that'll be the next away. Garnquist now working through those turns beautifully. Drone on the chase now. There's the first few home. Let's have a look at it. Linton Snodgrass this time puts the time on the table, a 4:38.24, and that's the fastest so far in the 8th test here today. Corey McMahon, let's call it Maximus Purvis, went through on a 4:39.088. He's about 0.8 at a second off that pace of Snodgrass. Behind him looks like it's Corey McMahon on a 4-minute 42.31. And then the number 4 bike, Corey McMahon sitting in third. Fourth, Jai Dixon on a time of 4 minutes 42.56. From Dixon we find Chandler Burns on a 4 minutes 47.29. So that pretty much puts him in position. We'll throw it down to Beck now. He's got something for us down in the main arena area.
So down here at a popular spectator point here, we've got some spectators behind me. We found a really good section of just after the start line where they're hooking through a few turns. They've got this straight here, and the way that the different riders conquer it and challenge it is really interesting. They hit this little S-bend, got a bit caught up just a little bit. This bike number 30, has done this little S-bend and then back into a straight with a few ruts. But if we take it back and we watch the next sort of rider come through, you can see a bit of a pattern happening when they ride it very clean and consistent. It's about shifting that weight really cleanly from your pegs on the straight. So checking this rider here, he's up, he's on his feet pegs, his weight is through his feet. So then he hits this corner, and when he chooses to sit down in his seat or his saddle, he's just in and deep, ready to go to just launch into those corners and rail that outside line as quickly as possible, because that is your fastest line if you can maintain speed. So watching this rider come through, he's jumped down into his seat, he's railing that side, he's going to the other outside, and he's done that really cleanly, and he's off the back. Often this is when you'd need your steg pegs to just hold you back onto your bike. There's a rider actually spectating not far from us, so we might even go and check his setup with the steg pegs. You can see the steg pegs on the side of his bike, he's just locked back into them, his calf muscles, to head out onto that straight. Watching this rider come through, entering really quick speed to maintain his speed. He's dropping down into that seat, putting his foot right out, railing that outside line and off onto the back of his seat as soon as he can lock in and get back in and change his weight. A nice line here. A nice enter. The apex, hitting it at full speed and then out and maintaining that speed. You can also hear that through that throttle control of when you are changing that balance. You are holding off, you might be braking, sitting back down, and as soon as you're comfortable to hit that apex, your throttle's on and you're out through the straight. locking into the steg pegs and off they go. We're actually going to head down to this rider to check out his setup because he's got this exact little tool that helps him to stay onto his bike. Hopefully, can I have a quick chat to you? I just want to show the camera the steg pegs. These help you stay on, hey?
Yeah, they help you keep your grip on the bike and take the weight off your arms a little bit.
Quickly, your name and where you're from?
John Kennedy, I'm from Williamsdale, south of Canberra.
Yep. Have you self-fitted these onto your bike?
Yeah, I fit them myself. Actually, one of my mates, Corey Banks, actually fabricated these for me as well, custom.
I know exactly who Corey Banks is. He's a frequent to the Condo 750, so I do see his setup, and he normally has a great big tower here for his rally, and definitely get around the rally scene because they're really needing entries there at St Regis Safari. But here, they're bolted on. Very important that they're threaded correctly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, he's a pretty handy bloke, Corey. We ride a lot with him, so yeah. Yep. And we're both from Canberra, so yeah.
Do you see this as an investment for the off-road? Like, they talk about it a lot in desert racing and that sort of stuff, and Hatter and the like, but do you find this a vivid tool for off-road or not too much?
I usually only use it for these sand races and Hatter, but there are some that you can get where you only run one and it sort of tucks away under the plastic, but I haven't tried them yet, but I usually just run them for the sand.
Yeah, awesome. Look, thanks for your time. We've just been speaking about that on the live stream and appreciate that first-hand knowledge of, you're watching people's lines, you're checking it out already, I can see it, and he's just about, I had to catch him and wave him down, so I hope I haven't interrupted your thought process there. Any sponsors or team that's helping you out?
Yeah, big shout out to Mum and Dad and Penrite Oil and Joe's Motorcycles.
Fantastic. Look, thank you. I'm going to stick around for your lap and we're going to see him come through, so hopefully he's not too far away, and check out your line. So give it your best shot and I hope it's a PB.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting there. You can see he's running it on both sides. At that back there, it lines up with the boot and the calf muscle. And just really interesting to watch in this section of just holding back and locking on and being able to just roll that throttle along without feeling like you're going to fall off the back of it. So a little invention that's come about over the last, it's a contemporary strategy. Just a quick browse while you're at home. There's a person here that I know quite vividly through motorsport who's also on the sidelines capturing as much content as possible, and that is 94 visuals here. Come from Mildura, a farmer himself. He sees a lot of different race footage and things, so definitely hit up his socials and Instagram. It pops off quite well, and you'll often see people that you know on there on his socials and high quality content. So great to have him and a lot of other freelancers here this weekend. Back to racing. She did another nice lap there. We'll have another little bit of a look at the riders as they're coming back through and assess their lines and their style. This one's hitting the stretch now, up on his feet. That weight going through his feet. Oh, he's tucked the front and his guts are there, but he's back on. He's taken that inside line. He's picked it up and he's back on. Already starting to look at that outside line. And is he locking in? He's locking in. Sometimes it's not also about heavy braking and lots of speed. Sometimes it's about being really consistent at one speed all the way through. Can be powerful too. It just depends on strategy and the rider of what they choose. One of the girls out there showing us how it's done. Absolutely awesome. She nearly crossed there, but she's held onto it, which is fantastic to see. She's got that bike control and always alert, ready to attack at any point. the drone here, interacting with both our trackside camera and following him directly under his race line. Incredible with what these drones and what media can do these days. Ripping around this outside line on the quacker. Again, onto the steg pegs. He's not yet transferred that weight until just now. You've got to feel very comfortable, very at home and very in control to be able to transfer your weight and wrap on that speed. The smooth line is what you like, so that bike followed that smooth line and really jumped into his dedicated choice there. This section proving to be many different options to choose from with the rut, which can leave that, whoa, we've had a little, little slide out. Still on it though. Drone flying through yet again, so you can see its laps, cutting its fair share of laps this weekend. We've got our drone operator at his vehicle there. That's where he is actually putting out all of the footage from. He's got his VR headset on and he is driving, chasing these riders. Whoever pops around and wherever he starts his lap, I'm sure he will be setting his own personal best this today with the number of times that he's been around this circuit alone just chasing these guys. So here comes the drone around again following this rider, which is being controlled by that one section, which we are opposite that section to be able to watch on. That is just an absolute sight to see and definitely something that you need to experience for yourself down here at the Casterton Sandstorm. Got some action going on right, left and centre, so there is great viewpoints to see from. It's all at your fingertips, and you know what, if you need to pop back to your camp, it's right there. Free camping, free firewood. Why wouldn't you pack an esky and pop up? But also they've got a full food court here, so they've got that. So signing up here, back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. Let's move across to a couple of things. First things first, for those that are finishing today and have hired a transponder, I need you to return those transponders to HQ. Make sure you actually deliver on that. It's not the first time I've heard stories of bikes that have headed off home with a transponder still attached, and then it's up to them to try and get it back to whoever in a hurry. And because those transponders continue to roll into other events. So please make sure if you've hired a transponder today, you do take it back to HQ and make sure you drop it off there for those guys, and they'll make sure that you signed off that you did return it. All right, we'll quickly pick up the top 5 times in the track test 8 here this weekend for round 6 of our WR450 track test. And lead bike was the 410 of Lyndon Snodgrass. Time there, 4 minutes 38.24. Second through was the Max Purvis entry Time there, 4:39.08. Third fastest was the biker Corey McMahon, a 4:42.31. Fourth fastest, Jai Dixon, home on a 4:42.56. Fifth fastest was the bike of Chandler Burns, a 4:47.29. Cooper Shino takes up the sixth spot with a 4:48.32. Will Rupright went through on a 4:49.26. Eighth fastest, Jeremy Carpenter, home on a 4:49.78. Ninth fastest, bike number 6 of Kogan Lock, go through on a 4:50.23. And the 10th fastest was the bike of Will McInnes, and he went through on a time of, let's have a look at it here, 4:51.45. So that's how they wrap up in the top 10 for what was track test 8. And of course, that was proudly brought to us this weekend by the round 6 WR 450 track test 8. Don't forget, of course, those transponders. If you've hired one for the weekend, make sure you return them to headquarters. Don't be that guy who goes home with the transponder still on his bike and then has to get a mad scramble to try and work out how we're going to get it back to the guys that you hired it through. Please make sure you get them back nice and early, and that'll eliminate that headache for you going home. Well, some awesome footage, and you see there's still a lineup of some bikes there that need to head out. I can see it amongst them there. That's the 11 bike. The 184. So a handful of them still to go out. As we can just go past our drone operator there in Luke, which I think Beck had a chat about earlier. Parked out in the hinterland there, but driving that or piloting that drone throughout the complex here for us. That to me looked like the 33 bike going through. That would be Zachary Turner going through. Right behind him was the bike of 77 Alex McConaughey. There's the 82 bike there of Jai Milligan. All completing their final test 8 here today. There's the 788 of Emily Garnquist. There's some really good footage that Luke's grabbing out there. Look at this side by side with the bike that is still out there on that run. Slightly higher elevation as he goes through some of the chop ups there. Wide on the turn to watch him come through and then a run back over the top. Through this deeply rutted section now as the drone elevates above the tree line. Let's have a look at this. This looks like it's the 47 bike of Lachlan Bulk. And that's a great ride for Lockie as he scoots through in the throwing or the closing stages. A big shout out to Matty Shawcross, who's watching. I think these guys are out in Emily's watching from Burringurra, by the sound of it, in WA. It's a long way out. So a big shout out to Matty Shawcross from M, who's watching you from Burringurra in WA. So that's a nice distance away. I hope you're enjoying the telecast there, or the live stream that we've been bringing to you all weekend as we watch the 134 there complete the event complete that part of the event. That was Thomas Giffen. Just got to wait for Putty to come through now. And we'll see who's got the fastest time out of those two guys. So as I said, Tommy Griffin went through on a 5:50.63. Now we're just waiting on the bike of 134. There's a 64 bike of Kyle Leach completed. Well, looks like in the final, we wouldn't say the final showdown, the final punch-up for Putty and Giffen. Looks like Putty got the run over the top of Giffo. Time for Putty, a 5:50.636, and Giffo a 6.02, which is 6 minutes, 2 seconds, 0.513. So pretty much a 12-second or thereabouts in arrears. So Putty the quicker of the two out of that one. Alrighty, let's have a look at the next bike through. Looks like it's the 739 of Nellie Fox. And you see Nellie on screen there right now. Turning off and right underneath those wires, which is where the final loop is. That's exactly where the times are collated, right at that point. Here's your next bike through. Looks like that's going to be bike number 40 of Lewis Arrowsmith. Here comes Lewis now underneath the timing loop. Done and dusted for the day. This one looks like the 616 of Monique Simeone. Only a handful to finish now. It looks like it's the 702 of Emmy Rupert. Rupert finish as well. I reckon that'll be Holly Blake. Oh, no, it isn't. It's the 231. So that'll be the entry of Jade Chellis home. That's a finish for the 833 of 893 of Holly Blake. That looks like the 125 by the look of it there, of Charlie Conroy home, and done with Test number 8. Next bike through will probably be the 147 at Finlay Grotagode. The next one gets through as well. That's the 184 entry of Cooper Edwards. That'll be the 102 of Samuel Morris that you can see finishing there underneath the timing loop. So that'll be completion of the day for him aboard the KTM. He would have had a pretty reasonable weekend between the 2 days. Bit of a gathering there in the foreground area. That's okay. Good times and catching up with mates. Only 2 or 3 left to finish. Tracy Maguire and Mackenzie Fleming. I reckon that'll be Tracy Maguire there, which will be the Tracy Maguire home on a 7:27.194. Finish for the 8:98 of Mackenzie Fleming. And that would be the last one home, I would seem to think. So, Beck, that's pretty much the entire field home for all of our runners utilising all the classes that we're running, utilising the Pro Expert Sprint track here this weekend. So they managed to get in 8 consecutive laps, or 8 laps one after the other. That's impressive. And I can also say that the vast majority of the fastest laps went to Corey McMahon. And I think we made the call early this morning that we believe that Corey McMahon would try to stamp his dominance in the sprint rides today, based around the fact that he was reasonably disappointed in probably things that happened yesterday for him for the outright.
A few people we didn't predict either that just popped up into that top 10 category too, which was interesting to see. They obviously shine in this area.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Max Purvis was always in the hunt. Will Ruprecht, he definitely performed today on every occasion he could. Lyndon Snodgrass also was in the mix for that top 3 pretty much all the time as well. So, got to tip my hat to some other guys like the likes of Jai Dixon, Chandler Burns, Cooper Shido, Kogan Locke. Some of those guys really delivered some serious competition in the lap numbers. Not so much the outrights where you're racing against one another in this form, where there's sprints with time against time, but pretty much like delivering some sensational times out there today. Like those guys are, cream rising to the crop. They may not have been the fastest at the beginning of the day today, but as they got through the midway to later in the day, those guys like Dixon, Burns, Shidow, Carpenter, all those guys started to come through the fields.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting that they run the sprints as day 2 of the event too, because it is a bit more relaxed. Like pit lane brings that atmosphere and adrenaline, and it's a longer race and longer day. But yeah, it's been a great event all round, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. We look at yesterday where we were challenged not only by the competition that was out there, but some of the track conditions were, quite challenging. Challenging, is the word I'd use.
And demanding too.
But credit to all that rode yesterday, anywhere from those little 65cc
Who tackled it first?
JJ's right through to the larger bikes. Well, you can only imagine what it would look like if we had it run the other way around, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So, you know, it's been a pretty solid effort all round. We might take a small break while the guys run some of our ads for us. These are the important people that have been involved with sponsoring our events here this weekend for the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club. We'll take a short break while they run through some of those ads for us, and we'll be back in a little bit, I believe, presentations and the like to follow shortly. Again, thanks for tuning in and being part of it, and we'll be with you very, very shortly with presentations once we get organised for that.
Stick with that.
back to hydro.
Check, check.
He's down where the merch and the gear is, and I'm sure they'll help you out with a ticket in that raffle. It's a brilliant little prize, and again, we must thank Dan Kiddo and all the people from the Limestone Coast Motorcycles Group at Narracourt.
had Casey Woodhouse. In round 8, we had Parks again taking out first, with Harrison in third and second, and then Nash Lamb in third. And make your way to his podium, please.
Unless he can hold both, but I don't think he can.
Guys.
Check. Alrighty guys, a few words to your sponsors and the fans please.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad for coming here, all my sponsors, Screenshot Big Screen, Oswald Lime, Boring, Multi-Metals, TK Earthworks, Fly Australia, Christian Suspension, and I'd like to thank my family.
I'd like to thank Funnel Web Filters, Fuel Talk, IGFX, Rhino, and Moto One.
I'd like to thank my mum, dad, everyone made this event possible.
I'd like to thank Mototech, Cruise Tune, Samsung from Performance, Goodyear, Swan Hill Power Products, Driscoll Ag, and the boys for the competition.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mum, Dad, Cruise Tune, Suspension, Blockbuster, Handguards, and the boys for competition.
Thanks boys. Thanks boys, round of applause everyone. Alrighty, next up we had a J1 class. So in round 7, we had Clancy Stewart take out the win, Ryder Stafford second, River Taylor third, and then same result today. So we had Clancy first, Ryder second, and River third. Jump up to the podium, boys. Alrighty, let that finish, let's do that, thank you. Good job, congrats, congrats, congrats. Oh, swap those ones out. Take that, take that. Oh, there we go. We made it work. Alrighty, quick word to your sponsors.
I'd just like to thank my mum and dad, Penrite Oil, Cruise Tune, Giant Bikes, True Stroke Performance, and everyone that helps out.
I'd like to thank Simper Group Motorsport, Mum and Dad, and the property owners, and the boys for the competition. I'd like to thank my mum and dad, my sisters, Andy and Emma, Empower, Pride and Design, Peter Stevens, Yamaha Australia, and Race Suspension, the boys for the competition, everyone who's out the track, and everyone who came to help and watch me.
Alrighty, next up to the podium, we have J2s. So, round 7, we had Lachlan Devon take out the win, with Ryder Lambling second, and then Ollie Pake in third. And then today, we had Ollie Pake in first, Lachlan in second, and Ryder in third. Make your way, please. Jump up, please. Thank you. Oh, that's all right. Yep. And then it's this. And then you had a third, didn't you? Yep. And then you had a first. Yeah. Take that one. And then you had that one. Alrighty. A few quick words, boys.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, Banks Race Development, Hills Electrical, Fist, and all my other sponsors.
I like to thank my mum and dad, Boys for Competition, WBI, everybody who set up the track.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad and all my sponsors.
Thanks, boys. Alrighty, next we have the J3s. So round 7 was taken up by Levi Rossi, and then second was Kai Kinsella, third Chase Weston. And then today, Levi took out the win again, and then second Cooper Parks, third again Chase Weston. Make your way to the podium, boys. Third. Thanks, mate. Second for round 7, yeah? And second for round 8, and 2 first. Thanks, mate. Alrighty, quick few words.
I'd like to thank my sponsors, Moto 1 Motorcycles, BSMX, SB Motorcycles, Fly Racing, ATR Suspension, ProCode Australia, McLeod's Accessories, Modal, and Pirelli, and Dad for bringing me out here.
I'd like to thank Mum and Dad, McDonald Racing, Penrite Oil, and everyone who helped out.
I'd like to thank Newcastle Power Sports, Maxis and Motorex, Fox Australia, Funnelweb and ODI, Full Ball Racing, and everyone else who helps out.
I'd like to thank everyone that helped out this weekend. Boys for Competition, all my sponsors, Kesner Motorcycles, KTM Australia, 7, Paint Tech, Get Displays, Rossi Gear, Dirtbike Services, Tonyan, Motorex, Thor, Michelin, Garden Grove, Phil Talk, Scotty for all my suspension, and Alex for being my mechanical all weekend.
Thanks, boys. Alrighty, moving on to the junior girls. So, round 7, taken out by Lorna Locke. Second, Olivia Johnson. Third, Caitlin Aquina. And then round 8, Lorna again. Olivia in second again. And then third, Kiara Clements. Make your way to the podium, please. Make your way up. So third round 7. Yep. Thank you. Congrats. Is that second for round 7? Yeah. Congrats. And then first. You had 2 first, didn't you? There you are. And then you had 2 seconds, didn't you? Yeah, congrats. Alrighty, quick few words.
I'd just like to thank my parents, all my sponsors, and family and friends, and the club for putting on a really good weekend.
I'd like to thank Yamaha Australia, the association sponsors, the girls for the competition, my family for always supporting me and bringing me up here, the land and the club.
I'd just like to thank Raceline Performance, MX Store, T-Dob, Maxis, Motorex, all the other associated sponsors, On Point Suspension, Dad for everything he does, and everyone who helps in the pit stop.
Oh gosh. Oh my god, that's the worst one I've ever done. It's so delayed.
Very delayed, isn't it? Thank you, girls. Okay, moving to J4s. So round 7, we are taken out by Harley Hutton. Second, Hayden Detling. Third, Nate Munro. And then round 8, Harley again. Riley Delaney in second, and then Nate Munro third. Please make your way to a podium. You had third for 7? Yeah, both days. Yeah, both days, sick. Congrats, mates. And then second for round 7? Yeah. Yep, congrats. Second for round 8? Congrats. And the Dublin. There you are, boys. Thank you. Good. Alrighty, quick few words.
Just a huge thanks to Mum and Dad for bringing me. Stella from On Point, Empire Kawasaki, everyone else that helps me out. The club for putting on the event, tracks were awesome, and yeah, the boys for the competition.
I'd like to thank my parents for bringing me down here. It was a big way to come. Also like to thank the Yamaha Junior Racing team for all the support throughout the season. The bike's been amazing the whole year. The property owners for letting us ride here. It's a sick property. And choice suspension, strike seats, and the boys for the competition.
I'd like to thank my dad for bringing me to all the races, Stell from On Point, Wayne Moore from M&A for setting up my suspension, M&A, On Point, Midas Tyres, the club for setting up the track, and all the boys for the competition.
I'd just like to thank my dad for bringing me, Stell from On Point for getting my suspension dialed, T-Dub, Peter Stevens, Mental for Moto, and everyone else.
Thanks, boys. Alrighty, moving on to the Enduro Legends. So, round 7 was taken out by Joel Stafford. Second, Vito Porter. Third, Joe Andrus. And then round 8, Louis Stiliano took out a win. Daniel Forrester in second. And then Joe Andrus in third again. Make your way forward, please, boys. Podium, where did you finish? I don't know, Joel. You Joel? No. No, you doing it for Joel? Alright, that's right. We'll just leave the podium and give him. We'll give him park to you afterwards. Yeah. Where'd you place? You Joe? Alright. Jump on third, mate. We'll give you a podium. Just give me third. Yeah. I'll give you Joel's after that. Yeah, thanks. There you are, mate. Third. Any sponsors you want to finish? Thanks?
Yeah, thanks. Thank Track Right for getting my rear shock fixed up for this weekend. The club put on a good event, and everyone who helped out. Thanks.
Thank you. Nice quick one. Alrighty, moving on to vets. So, round 7, taken out by Cade Vague. Second, John Day. Third, Luke Ablett. And then round 8, John Day took out a win. Cade Vague in second. And then Marcus Marigliani in third. congrats. Yeah, third for round 7. Yep. There we are. Alrighty. So first for round 7. There we are. Yeah. Do you have a second as well? Are they masters? Oh wow. You're a legend, aren't you? Yep. Vets. Do you have the vets? Sorry. Veterans. Sorry, boys. I didn't.
Hold on.
Alrighty, second time the charm. Third? Yeah. Cross country. Yeah. There we are. First for round 8. Yeah. What if you have a second? Yep. There we go. And then we have 81st for round 7. There we are. And do you have a second as well? Yeah. Alrighty, do you want to say a few words?
I'd like to thank the club. Fantastic event. I heard they were out changing the track last night until 11 o'clock. Simford, big help this year. My family and the boys for the competition today.
I'd like to thank Pipeline Assets for helping me get here, Apex Tyres for the Dunlop hookup, and Caloundra Motorcycles.
I'd like to thank my family first, my wife Dimity and my kids for coming away for a great weekend. The rest of the GMCC crew that do a ripper job making sure we have a lot of fun. The Casterton Motorcycle Club, they do an awesome job every year and it only gets better and better. So big thanks to those guys and the landowner Shane Foster. Big thanks to my supporters, Midas Tyres and United Signage, and everyone who supports our little podcast there, the Crossrider Moto Show. Thanks for all those that came out last night and watched, and big thanks to the riders involved in this sport that want to get involved and talk to us as well. Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Alrighty, let's try to do the Masters again, hey? So, round 7, taken out by Rowan Pumper. Second, Danny Lucas. Third, Mark Patton. And then round 8, taken out by Rowan again. Second, Darren Lesio. And then third, Danny Lucas. Make your way forward, please.
Yeah, just thanks to my family, friends that help me out every weekend. It's really distorting. And the competition with Danny and the guys, it's awesome. Yesterday we had a good battle. It was great fun. Awesome track, awesome club. They've done a great job getting that track set up again today. A lot of bog holes and stuff to deal with, so, and everyone that helps make it happen.
Yeah, thanks heaps to the volunteers that make it happen. It's amazing watching everyone, well, not that amazing watching everyone, but it's pretty amazing that everyone gets out and just gets it all sorted out and we get to have a ball for 2 days. Thanks to the landowner. You see him getting around changing bloody rubbish bags and just working the whole weekend. So yeah, it's really, really good. And thanks to the boys for the competition. There's a couple of bloody old dogs that came out today and friggin' had a fair crack. Haven't even been riding, so I think we've got a bit of work to do, boys, to stay in front.
Yeah, well done to everyone that thrown the weekend again together. She's always a fairly big weekend of racing here. Just like to thank the SAC crew that we've got. Everyone helps out and puts in. Thank you to all of them. Thanks to Casterton Motorcycles and all our sponsors with Thor, Michelin, Motorex, we've got Fuel Talk, Garden Grove, Paint Tech, Rossi Gear. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Alrighty, moving on to the sportsmen. So, round 7, taken up by Dylan Fox. Second, Riley Shanks. Third, Blaine Burke. Round 8, taken up by Dylan Fox again. And then Archie Hyde. And then Lachlan Gardner. Make your way forward, please.
I think there's one coming up behind you.
Your second round.
Was that C3? A lot more Blaine Burke then.
Sorry?
Yeah, Blaine Burke. Yeah.
Quick few words.
I'd just like to thank everyone that put on the event and built the tracks and everything else that we need to do, and all the boys for the competition and everyone that gave me a hand to get here.
Yeah, cheers for the boys of the comp. Thanks to the committee, it's a pretty sick event out here. Thanks to Mum and Dad, CurbCon, the rest of my sponsors, Maddie, my partner, and the rest of her family. They helped me out a hell of a lot, so yeah, thank you.
I'd just like to thank my mum and dad for bringing me Prime Design and Bolton's.
Alrighty, moving on to the EJ class. So, round 7 was taken out by Bjorn Cardenas, and then second, Oscar Harris. Third, Mason Phillips. And then round 8, Bjorn back-to-back winner. Second, Kai Austin. Third, Liam Egan. Make your way forward, please.
I know.
I'd like to thank Mum and Dad for taking me, Carbide Race Team, We're Lusty, Peter Stevens, and all of my associated sponsors, and Christian.
I'd just like to thank Team Green Kawasaki, Trio Group Automotive, Gympie Motorcycles, Dunlop, yeah, everyone else who helps me out.
Massive thanks to the committee for running such a great event and all my sponsors.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, everyone from the DM31 race team. They really helped me out this weekend. Luke from Peter Stevens, and yeah, the boys for a good competition.
Just like to thank the committee for putting on a great event, all the boys for the competition, Kawasaki, On Point, Leat, and everyone else that helps out. Thank you.
boys. Congrats. Alrighty, moving on to the enduro women's class. So, round 7, taken out by Rachel Archer. Second, Jess Gardner. Third, Maddie Healy. And then round 8, taken out by Rachel again. Second, Jess Gardner again as well. And then third, Maddie Simpson. Make your way forward, please.
Massive shout out to my mum and dad for driving me down here, the girls for the comp, all my sponsors, Casterton Motorcycle Centre, 2.0 Motorsports, everyone else that helped me. And yeah, massive congrats to the girls, they were running unreal. Congrats to Rachel on her return to racing. I'm excited for some more battles and yeah, thank you everyone else.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all my sponsors, the girls for the competition. You know, it was really tight racing and yeah, we did awesome. Blaine for his first podium, and he's been mechanic all weekend, fixing my bent bike and everything else that went on. Bormore, Alpine Star, Midas, VIPT Lifestyle, TuneTech Suspension, yeah, and just everyone else that helps out. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to Jess for giving me the opportunity to race again. Yeah, felt awesome out there. It was great to be back on the bike. Massive thanks to JGR Off-Road team, all our sponsors, Ballard's Off-Road, TuneTech Suspension, Gibson Tyres, FMF, Works Connection, and my partner Jack.
I'd like to give a huge shout out to the club. It's always a pleasure to come down here, even though it's freezing and miserable half the time. The course and the tracks are unreal, and the whole club, so it's really unreal to be back. It was a pretty chaotic weekend for us, especially today, but can't thank our mechanics enough. They handled it super well. Huge congrats to Ratch. It's an awesome return to racing, and I couldn't be more supportive of women, you know, coming back from having a baby. That's pretty badass. So a huge thank you to Yamaha JGR Off-Road team, all our associated sponsors, Jeremy for Spin and Spanners. He's going to be a bit busy next week, unfortunately, but everyone else who helps us, can't thank you enough.
Not with the cheap stuff. Alrighty. Moving on to E3. So, round 7, taken out by Corey McMahon. Second, Max Midwinter. And third, Tom DeVries. Round 8, taken out by Corey again. And then Max second again as well. And then third, Max Rickies. Please make your way forward. Congrats, mate. Jump forward. Jump on.
want to say a few words?
Just like to thank Prime Designs, Raceline, Race Ready, Mum, Dad, all the help, Brittany, everyone from Ballarat comes up and help. Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, just a shout out to the landowners, volunteers, the motorcycle club, everyone who puts on this event. Love coming to Casterton every year. You know, feeling pretty comfortable in the sand. Thanks to Mum and Dad for everything they do for me. Wall in the pits, Jonesy from Tunetex Suspension, Levi at Shep Motorcycles, Monza, and the boys for the competition. Well done to Corey for the win today.
Yeah, just a massive thanks to my team. They believe in me every week. It's been a slow start of the year, and it's good to finally get an outright win and right where we belong, leading into Hatter. KTM Australia, DM31 race team, and all our associated sponsors. My pop, my family for coming down. It means the world to have you guys here with me, and yeah, thanks to everyone associated with the team and all the people behind the scenes with the cooking and everything.
I'd just like to say a big thanks to the club for putting on an awesome event. They always do a good job here and love coming back here every year. Just like to say a big thanks to Mum and Dad for everything they do for me. My sponsors, Blue City Motorcycles, Ride Tune Suspension, Rossi Gear, Fuel Tech, Fuel Talk, yeah, cheers to the boys for the competition.
Thank you, fellas. Alrighty, moving on to E2. So, round 7, taken out by Will Rootbright. And then second, Lyndon Snodgrass. Third, Kogan Lock. Round 8, winner, Lyndon. And then second was Will. And then third was Chandler Burns. Thank you. Jump up to the podium. Do you want to say a quick few words?
First of all, massive thanks to everyone involved with this weekend. It's always an amazing weekend down here at Casterton. The effort that gets put into this event is massive. Massive props to the boys. They're on fire all weekend. My riding, I'm really happy with it. Yeah, massive thanks to everyone that gets me here. 4-Stroke Performance, Gas Australia, On Point Suspension, WP Melbourne, Midas Tyres, Alpine Stars, everyone else that helps out. Thank you.
Yeah, big shout out to the club and the track owners for putting on a good event. First off-road, so it was good to have a play. And yeah, shout out to the boys, good competition. And yeah, sponsors, the Ride Red program and some personal sponsors, Nobby, Tierney Coating Services, Basker Fabrications, yeah, and everyone else who helps out. Thanks.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone at the KTM DM31 racing team. Support me while I'm back here in Oz doing a couple races. And yeah, big shout out to the club putting on a great event. Conditions were perfect, to be honest. Yeah, a little bit wet in a couple spots, but yeah, you couldn't ask for better conditions. So yeah, big shout out to them. And yeah, these guys were beside me were riding really well. And you know, I've been battling with Will for like almost 15 years or something. I don't even know. Not really good at maths, but yeah, it's cool to jump back into this series and do some battling with these guys. And it's just, yeah, I've had a lot of fun this weekend.
Big shout out to the Shop Yamaha off-road team. They put a great package under me this weekend and allowed me to do my best work, so thanks to everyone over there. The club, great race here we have, and we're fortunate to come back year after year, so thanks for that. And nice to have the band back together with Lyndon. Yeah, we've been at it a lot of years, and we've given each other a lot of sleepless nights, so yeah, cheers. I haven't hit my head. Dude.
You had a big one, eh?
Dude, it was huge, yeah. Cheers, thank you.
Surely we'll just not
Okay, Enduro 1. Round 7, taken up by Cooper Shido. Second, Max Purvis, and then third, Jeremy Carpenter. Round 8, Max Purvis with the win. Cooper second, and then third, Stefan Granquist. Please make your way forward. Don't run away too quickly, boys. Hang on, can we do it? Hang on, yeah. Just like we do last night.
Yeah, I just want to thank the club, the organisers and everything that's put on this massive weekend. It's definitely the coolest race I've done in Australia. It's just, other than ALSE sort of thing, it's just such a good level of racing. So I'd love to see more of this in the future. And then, yeah, just want to thank Triumph, IRC Tyres and O'Neill, RI Helmets and everyone that sponsors us, and Emily for all their support. And well done to the boys.
I just want to say a massive shout out to the whole JGR of Yamaha off-road team for the support. Our mechanic Josh, he was very busy today. We got a good cross country yesterday, so I'm happy with the speed. Just some little dramas today, but you know, speed and fitness are there. So looking forward to the next round.
Thank you. Just massive shout out for the club putting on an awesome event again. The whole Blue Crew off-road Yamaha team, the Shop Yamaha boys for awesome pit stops yesterday. Boys to the competitions, everyone that helps me out, Yamaha, Yamalube, Michelin, the whole Rossi crew and our SA crew that helps me get here, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the year.
Just big thanks to Shop Yamaha and everyone that supports the team, boys for the mean racing and club putting on a good event.
Alrighty, final two. So we have the Pro Enduro outrights. So for round 7, we had Will Rootbright take the win, Corey McMahon second, and then Lyndon Snodgrass third. And then outright on round 8, Corey came back for the win, Lyndon in second, and then Max Purvis third. Please make your way forward. Say a few words, you're right. Alrighty everyone, that concludes the podium presentations for round 7 and 8 of the Yamaha Australian Enduro Championships, presented by MX Store here at Casterton. Just quickly again, thank you to everyone's attendance this weekend, thank you to the club, thank you to Vic Off-Roads, it's an amazing event, and you'll see you at Kempsey in New South Wales. Thank you, game safe.
Do our wrap up now and we're good. No, I don't do media. It's all good. Still on. We'll make sure that we've got this behind us as well, so you're right to go back. For VORC, this VORC. Rightio, just a couple of things before we finish up for the weekend. All of the VORC round presentations from this weekend will be at the next round. So those that are waiting for those, be aware that'll be next round. Quick wrap up from us for the Casterton 2026 Sandstorm event here this weekend. Yesterday, Beck, we had less than favourable weather conditions and the tracks cut up in some spots pretty amazingly. But overall, it was a great ending for the day yesterday.
Absolutely, it was a tight wrap up, but look, we got it all done, and the club have not, bended under pressure. They've coped awesome all weekend, and it's just been a fantastic atmosphere here. So definitely put it on your race calendar for next year to get here and experience this for yourself.
So today was a different day altogether. It was a much better day as far as weather was concerned, and some excellent racing coming out. Some real surprises. Corey McMahon, some others doing some things in the background. So it was great to witness all of that finish today as well. Absolutely top tier racing here, so you're definitely going to get that layer here as well. So really only a couple of things we need to do. We need to make sure we do thank the Casterton Sporting Motorcycle Club, and indeed need to thank all of the township of Casterton and all of the community, the greater community of Casterton, for their friendly welcome, and on top of that, how they support this event. A big thanks to the VORC guys as well for all of the work that they do in the background to make this such a stellar event for what it is. And we'd like to also, on behalf of Beck and myself, thank you all for tuning in and being part of the broadcast here this weekend and checking out all of the action at home. And Beck, there's one more thing that they probably need to do. For next year, it's either watch on the live cast or
get here, book your accommodation, or even better, bring your caravan and just rock up. There's free wood, free camping, just get here.
Great atmosphere, great family event, and again, we thank you for your support in watching the live stream over the last 2 days. A big thanks to all the camera guys, big thanks to Marcus and all of his team, Daniel and the guys, for pulling it all together. Well, that's a wrap for 2026 for the Casterton Sandstorm event. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend.